2 Chevy Nova. D&L Miller Automotive Repair.
Well, if you're joining us on YouTube this morning early, sorry about that. We had some computer problems. We have relaunched our YouTube live streaming again. And so hopefully you're back finding us again. We haven't missed anything, just a few rounds of the first class in qualifying. So watch us on YouTube all day today. It'll be streamed the entire day if I don't have any more computer problems.
Barring any issues, yeah. Laverne Anders in the Summit Lane. 66 Chevy 2. That hurt him a little bit. With 1181, 107 miles an hour. Wes Griffith. Polar, Manitoba. 1971 Damon. Toy Dube, Grand Prairie. 70 Dart in the Napa Lane. Oh, that's going to hurt just a little bit. Troy Dube's going to take it. .1105, 122 miles an hour. Sean Genge out of Stony Plain. Out of Regina, Saskatchewan, we got Fort Torkelson. 78 Camaro, Precision Machine Works, Detailed Design Machine. In the Napa Lane. Pete takes it with a 10-2-0, 132 miles an hour. Chuck Amouette. Millet. Out of Brooks, we got Garth Drager. Chuck's in the Summit Lane with a 1971 Chevy Vega. Garth Drager took it. An 887, 152 miles an hour. Sherwood Park. Robert Arndt out of the Summit Lane. Darren Burt, Sydney, BC. In the Napa Lane. A Roadster versus a Chevy Nova. He broke out a little too soon. Robert Arndt took it with a 988, 132 miles an hour. John Dampf out of Edmonton, 1970 GTO. Bailey Hebert out of Selkirk, Manitoba, a 1968 Camaro SS. Wants to thank Big Block Farm and Ranch Supply and Alan Hebert Trucking. A 1089, 131 miles an hour. John got a little bit excited at the line. Nick Dorfelman out of Edmonton, 1972 Chevy Nova in the Summit lane. Ken Tolsdorf, Black Falls in the 1969 Dodge Dart in the Napa lane. These are the qualifier runs. A 999, 132 miles an hour for Pete Noyan. Charlie Crony, Fort Saskatchewan, Peter Noyan, 1974 Plymouth Duster in the Napa lane. Peter Nolan's not going to be too happy with that one. Charlie Crony has already taken it.
Super Pro, we need you in here, please. Super Pro, we thought you'd be here. Come on in, guys. Let's wake up this morning, please. Super Pro, come on in. Juniors, you're on deck. Super Pro, please be in the lanes. Come on in. Juniors, on deck.
Cale Menzel out of Edmonton in the Summit lane, 1968 Dodge Dart. Dan Koss, Sherwood Park, 1970 Plymouth Duster in the Napa lane. Gives a bit of a bounce. Oh, it's not going to be good for Cale Menzel. Down to with a 1042, 126 miles an hour. Lance Churchuk, Leduc County, a 70 Plymouth Duster in the Napa lane, traveling by himself on this run. He got a bye.
Just a gentle reminder for all our classes today. You guys know who's running in front of you, and if you hear them on track, you know you should be in the lanes right after that. So don't always just wait for us to call you, because you guys know. Been doing this a long time. Pros in the lanes and running. Super Pro, come on in. You need to be here. Juniors, you're right in behind Super Pro. You're on deck. And then Super Street, Super Comp, Stock, Super Stock, and Super Gas. You guys are all, that's your run order. Just a reminder, you know who's running in front of you. You know where you got to be when you hear those cars.
Safety teams down there checking out the track. Make sure there's nothing down there. The one thing about getting here early, you get to sit wherever the heck you want to. James Dunlap in the summit chute. James Dunlap with a 9:32, 144 miles an hour.
Juniors, on your way in the lanes, please. Juniors, come on in for your qualifier. Juniors, make your way to the lanes, please. Super Street, you're on deck. Juniors, come on in. Super Street, you're on deck.
Out of Saskatchewan, we got Joe Burgeon, 1977 Plymouth Roadrunner. Beside him is Kelsey Dufresne out of Grand Prairie, 1983 Chevy Camaro in the Napa lane. Little too quick on the tree, but we're still in qualifying, so he's going to be coming back. Coming with an 8:58, 165 miles an hour. Chris Burnett out of Terrace, BC, with a Mullis Dragster. Beside him, Pat McNally, St. Albert. Oh, thanks, man. A 1927 Ford Roadster. Chris Burnett took it. An 8:39, 163 miles an hour. Steve Burkett, another BC first driver, almost said cowboy, out of Terrace, BC, out of Manitoba. We got Mike Harko with a Dragster. On the other side, we got a Chevy 1950.
You know, you never know. He might be a cowboy. You might have got it right.
Hey, we might have had him converted.
Yeah, might have him converted yet.
Mike Harko took it with an 8000 with 116 miles an hour in the Napa lane. Kimberly Junket, Langley, BC. Clint Frisetta, another BC driver out of Terrace in a Chevy Camaro. This should be a good matchup. We're still in the qualifying rounds, so we got a lot more action still yet to come the whole day. Kimberly Junkine with an 8:56, 158 miles an hour. We get a buy on this one. Greg McCullen out of Spruce Grove with a 67 Plymouth Barracuda in the Napa lane. A 10:13, 131 miles an hour in the last pass for Greg McClellan. Justin Hamlock, Edmonton, 72 Chevy Nova. He gets the lane to himself. Nice reaction time. A 9:69, 138 miles an hour. Jason Mercer, Chestermere, Alberta, 1970s Chevy Corvette. Nicely put together in the Napa lane. (11:14), 124 miles an hour. Tammy Pernell, Abbotsford, BC. 2009 TNT Dragster in the Napa lane.
All right, juniors, you should all be in. Super Street, please, to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Juniors, you should all be here. Thank you. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Comp, you're on deck. Super Street, come on in. Super Comp, you're on deck.
A 797, 164 miles an hour. That was Super Pro. Now we're going to Junior Thunder. These drivers are from 6 to 11. Single piston. Sort of model after the Briggs' Strat engine, but I'll tell you what, these have a lot of torque they get going. In Junior Lightning, they go from 12 to 17. Junior Thunders from 6 to 11. They had some good passes over the weekend. At 12:39, 50 miles an hour for Sir DeShane. Let's do a little bit of fixing at the start line. Brandon Peck in the Summit lane. Jackson Vanderweer in the Napa. We're still in qualifying. Junior Thunder. Brandon Peck with an 884, 73 miles an hour. Austin Berkowitz. Beaver Lodge. And on the Grand Prix, we got Natanya Peterson in the Napa lane. Austin takes it with a 906, 72 miles an hour. Rocket Dupree, Junior Dragster. Again, this is Junior Thunder. And Emery Berkowitz out of Beaver Lodge with a KCS Junior Dragster 2009 in the Napa lane.
All right, looks like all the Super Street are here. Thank you, Super Comp. Come on in, Super Comp. Make your way to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock, you're on deck. Super Comp, make your way into the lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock, you're on deck.
Emery with a 1205, 53 miles an hour. Zach Sandovan. Prince George. Out of High River, we got Cole Kara. 13 Dragster in the Napa lane. Good start. Cole takes it. Cole Cameron. A 794, 81 miles an hour. Tristan DeShane, Beaumont. Another Prince George driver, Rebecca Stanhaven. In the Napa lane. Tristan's got an 802, 80 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk, another BC driver. This Junior Lightning, these drivers are from 12 to 17. At 820, 78 miles an hour.
All right, stock, super stock, please into the lanes. Stock, super stock, please into the lanes. Super gas, you're on deck. Stock, super stock, please into the lanes. Super gas, you're on deck.
Darren Pierce in the Summit Lane. James Paul at Sherwood Park in the Napa Lane. James Paul with it. 11-12. 127 miles an hour in the Napa Lane. Troy Dube out of Grand Prairie, out of Brooks. Jason Kendall in the Napa. Jason Cadell with 11:08, 138 miles an hour. Al Quigley out of Alder Grove, BC. 1998 Ford Mustang. Krista Dryden out of Stettler. 1972 Vega. The dial-in is 11:10. We're on a super street. Krista Dryden with 11:15, 121 miles an hour. We're still in qualifying. Jason Mercer. Chestermere. And that beautiful looking Corvette. In the Napa Lane. Not sure who the right driver is on the other side. In the Summit Lane. Jason Mercer with 11:07, 124 miles an hour.
All right, Super Gas, you should be here. Super Gas, come on in. It looks like Super Stock's all here. Super Gas, make your way into the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, you're on deck.
Seba Beach out of Bakerville, we got Len Mayer. in the Napa lane.
Top Sportsman on deck. Super gas to the lanes, please.
Pat with an 88.94, 148 miles an hour. Reed Holland in the Summit lane. 04 Worthy Dragster out of Mess and Hat. Mary Hulker. And they're dialing in at 9:10 on the Super Comp. At 9:12, 168. Murray Hulker. James Kwan out of Sherwood Park. Alongside of him in the Napa lane out of Edmonton. Clarence Bittner. A 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. And in the Summit lane, a Fairline.
All right, Top Sportsman, make your way to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, make your way to the lanes. Top Dragster, you're on deck. Top Sportsman, come on in. Top Dragster, you're on deck.
James down at 12:06. Clarence at 11:45. This is stock, super stock. James Kwan with a 12 flat, 110 miles an hour. Norm LaPointe in the Summit lane, dialing in at 10:59. Out of Sherwood Park, Brian Gable, 96 Pontiac Flowerbird, bringing it in at 11:45. Goes over to Norm LaPointe, a 982, 134 miles an hour. Ed Matachuski, Sherwood Park, 72 Chevy Nova. A 12:37 is dial in. $11.97 at 109 miles an hour. Jeff Crooks coming all the way from Manitoba with a 1967 Pontiac Firebird. Dialed in at a 10-10 on both sides. Dennis White out of Brandon, Manitoba. A 69 Chevy. We're still qualifying. Sure nice to see these people in the stands. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain Nationals, everybody. Rad Torque Raceway. A 10-14, 142 miles an hour. Dave Burgeon, Medicine Hat, 64 Chevy Malibu. In the Summit Lane. In the Napa Lane, we got Greg McClellan. Spruce Grove, 67 Plymouth Barracuda. Dave takes it. 10:04, 151 miles an hour. Dale Dryden out of Stettler. Corvette Roadster, 1957. Again, they're all at 10 in the dial-in. We're in Super Gas right now. Super Gas. A little bit of a pop. A 10-16, 155 miles an hour.
Second call, Top Sportsman. Second call, Top Sportsman. Top Dragster. Start rolling. Second call, Top Sportsman. Top Dragster can start rolling.
Kelsey Dufresne, Grand Prairie, 1983 Chevy Camaro. In the Summit Lane. In the Napa Lane, we got Joe Graves. Local guy out of Edmonton. 2005 Pontiac Grand Am. This is Top Sportsman.
All right, Top Dragster, come on into the lanes, please. Top Dragster, make your way into the lanes, please. Top Dragster. Pro round 1, you're on deck. Pro ET round 1, you're on deck.
Joe Grant takes it with a 822, 167 miles an hour. Alan Herbert in the summer lane, Selkirk, Manitoba. Next to him, Beaumont, Alberta's very own Dean Charleston, Bel Air Top Sportsman 2011. And of course, Alan wants to thank his sponsor, Big Block Auto and Farm Supply, Lucas Oil, helping him down the road. Alan Hebert, a 668, 209 miles an hour. Randy Smith, Sherwood Park, 41 Willies, alongside on Langley, BC, Jan Christensen. In the Napa lane, Randy Smith, an 805, 164 miles an hour. Cale Menzel at Edmonton, 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. In the Napa lane, be a single run. Just getting lined up. We're still in qualifying. Dave Sinka takes it with a 751, 180 miles an hour. Mike Crozier, Leduc. Yesterday's winner. In the Summit lane, Chevy Reeves. One of the guys that Ramrods has placed. Thanks, Chevy. Out of Edmonton, this is the top dragster. And Kevin Crozer, he won it yesterday. Let's see what he can do on this run. Chevy Reeves took it. It's and it's qualifying, but it's 729, 182 miles an hour. Jordy Castle, Sherwood Park, Red Deer's very own Mark Bolt in the Napa lane. Jordy Castle, 646, 218 miles an hour on that pass. Mike Barron, Edmonton. Abbotsford, British Columbia, Dan Provost in the Napa lane. We got it all cleared. We're back in business. Mike Barron and Dan Provost. Mike's going to rewarm his tires. We're still in qualifying, but you're going to see some great passes in getting there. Dan Provost, a 703, 191 miles an hour. Again, we're in the top dragster. Dalton Grenu and Dale Bristow out of Fort Saskatchewan. Dalton's out of Nisku, just down the road. Dalton with a 7:29, 181 miles an hour. Now we're over to Eric Crooks, Brandon, Manitoba. Red Deer, Dean Bentonson in the Napa lane. Eric Crook, a 747, 182 miles an hour. Stan Essery at Sherwood Park in the Summit lane. And Andy Shoei in the Napa lane with a 07 TNT Dragster. Stan Essery with a 725, 192 miles an hour. Grant Dury out of Bakerville. Out of Alder Flats, Tristan Groves wants to thank their sponsors, K2 Consulting, Rat Torque System, Part Source, and the Tire Garage.
All right, pro in the lanes, please, for lining up for round number one. Pro in the lanes for lining up for round number one. Super Pro, you're on deck. Pro.
Grandeur with a 657, 209 miles an hour. Jesse Vanderweer, Sherwood Park. And S&M Dragster. Jenham Club at Empton. 22 TNT in the Napa lane. Jenna with a 641, 211 miles an hour. These are the top dragsters. We're still in qualifying.
All right, we are ready and willing. We've got qualifying all in the books for the cars for the day. Top Dragster finalizing the qualifying. We're going to roll right into round number 1 of eliminations for the cars, and then we'll get into a qualifier for bikes in a little while. Coming up fairly shortly, actually. So we start with Pro ET, round number 1, 27 cars on the ladder. And we are going to roll them in here right away. Well, your number 1 qualifier, Lance Churchuk, current defending champion in Rad Torque Raceway's 2022 points in Pro. He is the lucky number 1 qualifier today, and he gets the bye run in first round. So he's got the lucky jump into round number 2. In his 70 Plymouth Duster right here out of Leduc County. So Lance Churchuk getting the bye. So, again, we get started for elimination rounds. This is Sunday, day 3 of the Rocky Mountain Nationals, presented by Global Power. Welcome. Hope everybody has a great day today. We got lots of racing ahead for you. We're just getting started. Oh, Lance, yeah, how about a red light on your your bye run? No problem. He's got to hop, skip, and jump into the second round anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But he'll get it all fixed up and come on back around for round number 2. 20th running of the Rocky Mountain Nationals. We had a great night last night and all day yesterday. Full rounds of racing for our Division 6 National Opens. And another full round of Division 6 NHRA National Open today. And you're seeing round number 1 of Pro right now. Ashley Isabella from Devon at the Dodge Magnum here in the Napa Lane. 1264 is the dial, and she's put on the Dodge Magnum. Dan Koss in from Sherwood Park. Diesel Excavating sponsored 70 Plymouth Duster, 1042. He's put up on the board. He'll do the chasing. Ashley will get out first as she has got the slower car, get a little bit of a head start. Well, Dan Koss got her on the tree. Ashley was really late getting off the line. Dan takes it 1068, 109 miles an hour, and puts Ashley on the trailer for the day. And round number 1, she was a 197 on the tree. Too late. 012 for Dan Koss. So Dan's going to move on into round number 2. Oh, we got a sensor giving us grief out there on the racetrack all of a sudden. Probably a blade of grass in the way. Just give us a second. We're going to fix that up. So once again, 20th running at 2023. Started all this with the Rocky Mountain Nationals. The inaugural one was 2003 with the IHRA at that time. And wow, it was a great time. And we were talking last night about how the weather seems to be really favorable every 10 years. It seems this is the way it goes. The 2003 inaugural event was hot like this one, sunny, beautiful, and then the 2013 one was exactly the same. And here we are in the 2023 one in absolutely beautiful weather. Nice, hot, sunny day today. It's going to hit about 29 degrees today. That is what they tell us. So please stay hydrated. Make sure you got lots of water with you and a hat and maybe some sun coverage, as it's going to be a bit of a scorcher today. In Alberta terms, I guess. And protect yourself and make sure you stay hydrated today. Our Coca-Cola concessions are open and available for you in the pit area. Just wander down the concourse into the pits. The Coca-Cola concessions open and available for you for all your beverages and refreshments. And I'm pretty sure there'll be stuff in the main concourse for you later on. So Darren Burt out of Sydney, British Columbia, and Bailey Hebert out of Selkirk, Manitoba down track. And it's going to go to Bailey Hebert, the Camaro SS 1034, 124 miles an hour. So Bailey Hebert moving on to the next round, taking out Darren Burt. Next pair in, it's Robert Kleinbeacom out of Edmonton, 09 Dodge Challenger, 1099 Zadalin, facing Brian Howerluck, also here out of Edmonton, the CP Inspection, 73 Dodge Dart Sport. Oh, he goes red light, 027 red. And so Kleinbeacom going to get it on the foul, so he'll move on into the next round. And move on. So Caleb Menzel, the 68 Dodge Dart here in the Napa Lane. 990 is the dial. And watch the wheel stand on this car. You'll love it. Jason Hughes out of Langdon, Alberta. He's got the 32 Bantam Altert. Pretty cool car. 907 the dial in over in your Summit Lane. Watch the wheel stand on Caleb Menzel's car. He likes to carry the carries the front ones out, dangles them in the air a little while in this black Dodge Dart. And that is going to go to Caleb Menzel. 994, 125 miles an hour. He had a great light 031 versus Hughes 052. Menzel moving on. Corey Hewitt out of St. Albert, the Chevy Acadian here, or Pontiac Acadian, 1966 version, 1060. He's dialed up, facing Alan McElvery out of Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. The Chevy S10 Blazer over in your Summit Lane, 1129. He's put on the board. Yeah, Corey Hewitt, a light advantage on 014 reaction time versus the 80 of Alan McElvery. So Corey Hewitt moving on into round two with a 1064, 117 miles an hour. He's moving along into round two. Garth Drager, he's in from Brooks down south, 886 the dial in here with the Mustang in the Napa Lane, facing Laverne Andrews out of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. He hails from the other side of the border. The 66 Chevy 2. 944 is the dial in. Well, that's going to go to Garth Drager. Laverne was sleeping at the tree, so Garth Drager at 910, 126 miles an hour. No trouble for Garth there, because sleepy for Laverne Andrews at the tree. Next in, it is going to be Charlie Cowrie out of Fort McMurray, the 66 Shelby Cobra. 1170 the dial in over in your Summit Lane. Corey Newman from St. Albert, 65 Chevy Chevelle here in the Napa Lane. 928 on the board. He's going to do the chasing. All right, Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Let's pair you up. Super Pro, come on in. Let's pair you up. Super Pro. Wild Charlie in the Cobra. Way ahead. Rolled through the beams, so put himself right out of the deal with a big-time red light. So that doesn't help on the first pass in the event. So Charlie Cowery in the Cobra, way red lights. So Corey Newman moving on into round number 2. Pete Doroshenko out of Regina, Saskatchewan, the 78 Camaro here in the Napa lane. Beside him, Chuck Amiot. He's up from Millet. 71 Vega over in your Summit lane. 996 he's put on the board. Doroshenko at 1019, so he's going first. He's got Precision Machine Works, detailed design machine helping him out. Out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Great representation from all of the Western Canadian provinces, including the Northwest Territories this weekend, and a number of the U.S. states. Good crowd of cars. Chuck Amiot taking that round. 15 on the tree, 1007, 128 miles an hour for Chuck. He's moving into round 2. Donovan Miller out of Okotoks, 72 Nova here in the Napa lane. D&L Miller Automotive Repair helping him. 1092 is the dial-in. He was going to face Rob Arndt, the 27 Roadster, unable to make the call. So Donovan going to get a single. Arndt not showing up. Next pair in the Mutual Propane box. Ken Tolsdorf out of Black Falls, Alberta. The 69 Dodge Dart, $999 is on the board. He's going to face Nick Offerman right here out of Edmonton. The 72 Nova over in your Summit lane. 1009. So he'll go first. How about almost identical reaction times? So nothing going to be changing here at the tree. What's going to happen at the stripe? Tolsdorf, he's going to take it. 10-14, 125 for Ken Tolsdorf. He moves on. Peter Noyen out of Fort Saskatchewan, the 74 Duster over in your Summit lane, 1060. He's got up on the board. He'll be going first. Steve Breikritz in from Beaver Lodge, the Camaro, 1968. He'll be doing the chasing, 951. He's got up on the board. Little 68 Gen 1 Camaro. Well, Breikritz goes 006 red light. Ouch, that hurts in round number 1. So, Peter Noyen taking it on the foul, 1061, 124 through the traps. And Noyen moving into round number 2. Next pair, John Dompf. He's right here from Edmonton, the 70 Pontiac GTO here in the Napa lane. Facing Troy Dubé out of Grand Prairie, the 70 Dodge Dart. Pretty close, 1099 to a 1079. That's going to Troy Dubé. That's 1103, 115 miles an hour in the Dodge Dart. He takes that round.
Global Power Systems Incorporated is proud to celebrate 35 years of service providing new, used, rebuilt, and quality refurbished generator sets, industrial engines, light towers, industrial and heavy equipment, and oilfield equipment for sale to Edmonton and around the world. Visit them at globalpower.ca. Alberta ATV repair, full season, from quads to side-by-sides to skidoos and more. Alberta ATV injects dedication and hard work to all the recreational vehicles and engine repairs that they work on. They offer performance parts, product, and merchandise to ensure the customers are prepared for the adventure from head to toe. At the end of the day, their mission is to provide high-quality service at affordable prices while giving back to the community they call home. Alberta ATV Repair, online at albertaatvrepair.com.
All right, next up, Wes Griffiths out of Poplar, Manitoba. The 1971 Dodge Demon. 998, the dial in here in the Napa lane. Sean Genge out of Stony Plain, 68 Firebird. Over in your Summit lane. 1049, he's got dialed up. Final pair pro.
Key Ag Kubota, full season. Key Ag Kubota Leduc is your farm equipment, construction equipment, mowers, and UTV dealer in Leduc. We provide sales, service, parts, and financing. Our vision to be number one with our customers by providing the best products and services in the industry, empowering our employees through training and product knowledge. Visit Key West Kubota Leduc.
We're just doing a check of the racetrack. We thought something came off the car going down track here. We just want to make sure nothing is on the surface. So we're just giving it a second. The boys are checking it out. Be right back at it here.
Monster Energy, fueling racers, athletes, musicians, and fans. Monster Energy product provides variety energy drinks, brewed coffee, hydrating sports drinks, juices, and teas. Unleash the beast. Tear it into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Grab your favorite Monster Energy drink at our concessions.
Want to shout out to our team at the Mutual Propane Water Box this weekend and all our start line personnel. They've worked very hard standing out there all weekend long. It's super hot down there at the start line. And then they worked really hard last night till 1 a.m. cleaning up that left lane.
Boy, that was
a little bit of oil
a
down.
shocker.
Yeah, it was. So They were out there till 1 in the morning cleaning that up, and then back here at 6 o'clock this morning. So shout out to all of the white shirts you see down at the start line. They have worked really, really hard all this weekend.
Because we know how hot it was up here. I can only imagine what it was like down there.
Oh, man, it's an oven in this room. But, that's not much air moving around up here.
No,
Except it's coming out of our mouths.
Yeah, I'm full of hot air.
Well, we want to shout out to our towing partner this weekend, Vintage Towing out of Leduc. We're happy to have them here. We don't ever want to use them, but they're here just in case. Knock on wood. We won't use those guys today. They're just sit here and watch the racing all day long. But thanks to Vintage Towing, VintageTowingLeduc.com. You want to check them out if you need a tow. They will help you out anywhere you need to go. All right, we're back at it. Wes Griffiths, he'll be here in the Napa Lane. Sean Genge over in your Summit Lane in the Firebird. Wes here in the Dodge Demon. Your final pair for Pro round number 1. So 1049 is the dial in for Sean Genge and 998 for Griffiths. So Griffiths will do the chasing. Sean will get out first in the Firebird. And the Demon will have to do the catching up and get around him if he can by the top end. Yep, that's going to go to Sean Genge. He's got a 10:54 at 116 miles an hour. Wes Griffiths late on the reaction time and breaks out at the top end, goes too fast. 995 on a 998 dial in. So Sean Genge moving on as we move into Super Pro. All right, Kelsey Dufresne out of the Chevy Camaro out of Grand Prairie over in your Summit Lane. 853 is the dial in. He's going to face Clint Vesha. I'm not sure how we're saying that, but we're going to go with that. Out of Terrace, British Columbia, the Chevy Camaro here in the Napa lane. 924 the dial in for Clint. All right, juniors, please. Juniors, come on in the lanes. Let's pair you up. Juniors, come on in the lanes. Let's pair you up. CMDRA bikes, you'll be right behind the junior dragsters, please. CMDRA bikes, you'll be right behind the junior dragsters. You can start rolling over towards the grass in lane 1. CMDRA bikes, your third qualifier, right in behind juniors, please. So that went to Kelsey DeFrayne, 856, 161. He's moving on to round 2. Next in, Greg McClellan out of Spruce Grove, 67, Barracuda. Facing Chris Barnett in from Terrace, British Columbia in the Mullis Dragster over in your Summit lane. And Greg McClellan takes it. He's got a 10:15 at 131 miles an hour. Closer to the dial. He had 13 on the tree. He's moving on into the next round. Justin Hamelick, the 72 Nova out of Edmonton, 969 the dial. Facing Pat Tahoniak's 27 Roadster, 1927 Ford Roadster. He's in from Seba Beach. Oh, Justin goes red light, 024 red, gives it right over to Tahoniak. He's going to move right on into round number 2. Jason Mercer out of Chestermere, the 1997 Corvette Roadster. 1108 is the dial in here in the Napa lane, facing James Dunlap. And from Fort McMurray, 67 Mustang. 932. James is going to do the chasing. Mercer going to get out first. $11.08 to a $9.32. Mercer got him. I mean, that was a great drag race right there. He had an 11:21, 113 miles an hour. James Dunlop way off his dial in 964 and the 932 dial. That's not going to work. So Mercer moving on. Joe Bergen. Nanleger, Saskatchewan. Oh, they go red light. Steve Burkett out of Terrace, BC. In the Chevy pickup truck, going to take the round on the foul from Joe Bergen. So Burkett going to move on into the next round. Bergen, big time red light. Pat McNally, his 27 Ford Roadster out of St. Albert, 10:15 the dial in, facing Kimberly Jonkin out of Langley, British Columbia, the Yancer Dragster. 8:55 the dial in for Kimberly. She will do the chasing. Jonkin taken at 8:59, 148 miles an hour for Kimberly Jonkin. She's done well, going on to the next round as Pat McNally, very tough competitor. And so, yeah, Great. See, John can move on to round number 2. Tammy Peugeot out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. She's got the dragster here in the Napa lane. 797 is the dial, and facing Mike Hocko in from Manitoba. Not sure which town. Don't have that on the name card here. Somewhere in Manitoba. 759 the dial in over in your Summit lane. Maybe it's Macjagar. Is that how you say that? Macjagar? Macjagar, Manitoba? I've never heard of it. Red light for Mike Hocko. Way red. So Tammy Peugeot moving on into the next round. And that sets up our quarterfinals in Super Pro. Jason Mercer getting the bye run in round number 2's quarterfinals in Super Pro, so he's going to hop straight into the semifinal.
Carsland, Alberta. Brandon Peck. This is the Junior Thunders. These are from 6 to 11-year-olds. Sarah DeShane out of Beaumont. TNT Dragster 2017. These are the superstars of what we're going to be looking for in the future. Keeping this event alive for years to come. Don't count them out. They're small, but they're mighty. I'll tell you what, they can get up to 40 and 50 miles an hour going down. You can imagine a 6-year-old doing it. But they are up for the challenge. He's had every one of these Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning coming up, which you'll see right after.
Defending Thunder champion 2022 here.
The defending champion, Cyril Deshane, out of Beaumont. She is the champion, and she's defending it. Out of 2022, one of the best right there in the Napa lane. Brandon Peck at 893 at 66 miles an hour. Jackson Vanderweer. Sherwood Park out of Beaver Lodge. We got Emery Berkowitz on a KCS Junior 2009. Their dial-in for Emery is at 1203. Jackson is at 1210. Just moving up in the staging. He is good to go. Oh, and he red lights. She's not going to be happy about that. Yeah. Riker takes it with a 906, 71 miles an hour. Now we're going into Junior Lightning. Tristan Duchesne and Rebecca Standhaven in the Napa lane. Tristan's dialed in an 800. Rebecca's at an 811 in this first heat. They're up in the pre-stage. Nice start. Great reaction time by Tristan.
He's the track defending champ in Lightning too right now.
He is the leading champ, and he's still doing it. How about an 810 with 79 miles an hour? His margin's at 275. This is the Junior Lightning from 12 to 17 in this class, 12-year-olds to 17-year-olds. Lincoln Shrek out of Langley, BC, alongside Prince George, very own Zach Standovy.
Tension in the lane, tension in the pit area. Bikes, we need you all in the lanes. Bikes, CMDRA bikes, we need you in the lanes for your qualifier number 4.
Lincoln dialed into the 819 in the Summit lane. Zach on the opposite side, and that lane was an 808. So Lincoln should start a little bit earlier than the other. Junior Lightning. This is going to be a nail biter on this one. And Lincoln Cirque takes it with 821, 76 miles an hour in the Summit lane. Now we got a lone rider, Cole Garcara, out of High River, a 13 Dragster, dialing in a 7.894. Got a buy run on this one, yeah. Cole comes in at a 7.97, 81 miles an hour. That is Junior Lightning. Coast Nisku Inn. Rad Torquay is proud to have the Coast Nisku Inn and Conference Center as our preferred hotel partner. A stylish, refreshing location for work and play, featuring unique 15,000 square foot atrium, Bedrock River, bridges, state-of-the-art fitness center, water park with a pool, hot tub, and a 120-foot slide. Unwind in a well-designed room and suite with your pet-friendly accommodation at the Coast Nisku Inn and Conference Center.
All right, the CMDRA, Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. This is their final qualifier before we set their ladders up. This is the Pito Productions Super Gas category. Matthew Price going to get a single this time around here out of Penhold, Alberta. He's part of the Gasoline Alley Red Deer racing team here this weekend. Pito Productions Super Gas is a 970 index class. They don't want to go any quicker than that if they can and get to the stripe first. It will be a heads-up start on the tree. And 970 is the index on the quarter mile. Harley-Davidson based production-based bikes built specifically for drag racing. Well, 10:28, 129 for Matthew Price and his qualifier. And I think Garrett Price, I'm not sure if it's a brother or father or how the relationship is between the two of them. Also out of Red Deer, part of the Gasoline Alley racing team. Garrett is the current defending champion in Pito Production Super Gas. 2021, 2022 champ in this category. Can't miss that orange helmet. Well, that was a good run for Garrett Price. 997, 132 miles an hour. That's closer to the index at 970. This is Superbike. Here we go. Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike class, ET class for production-based bikes. Multiple engine and power adder combinations involved. Devin Burden out of Fort McMurray. He's here in the Napa Lane in 2007 Suzuki. Nicole Kidd out of Edmonton, the 85 Suzuki over in this Summit Lane. Qualifier number 4. $919 at 132 for Nicole. Devin at 1084 at 107. Next up in Superbike, Red Cliff, Alberta's Adam Hetler. His 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa here in the Napa Lane. Beside him, Morinville's Burt Green. An 85 Hayabusa. Burt Green over in the Summit Lane. Also part of the Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike category. Adam Hetler at 10:03 at 135 miles an hour in the Napa Lane. Burt Green went through it at 10:05. Next up, Dave Toth in from Medicine Hat. His 87 Kawasaki Ninja over in your Summit Lane. Not sure who's here in the Napa Lane. I hope we have a name for that one. Oh, that'll be Neil Churchill. His 2020 Kawasaki, supported by Wood Pines RV Resort, Black Label Apparel out of Winfield, Alberta, here in the Napa Lane. Dave Toth, 867. 148 down the top end. 992, 141 for Churchill. Next in, Zoe Presley, up from Calgary, the 2006 Yamaha. Here in the Napa lane, Zach Toth, up from Medicine Hat, is 08 Kawasaki over in your Summit lane. Well, Zach Toth looking down at the bottom of his bike going, what's wrong? What's going on? Why isn't it moving? Turns it off and gonna back it out. Next pair in, Phil Regular out of Airdrie. He's got the 89 Suzuki over in your Summit lane, and Chris Crawford out of Airdrie as well with the 91 Suzuki here in the Napa lane. My guess is these two are buddies. They got the same leathers on. Probably a team, I would think. Hey, that's kind of how that comes across. Black Label Racing Team. How about that? That's who they are. Yeah. Regular at 1060 at 123 miles an hour. Crawford at 1068 at 117. Don Fergan up from Calgary, my favorite bike in the whole deal here. 73 Kawasaki triple. About 780 cubic inch, about as big as you get with a stock 750 triple H2. Two-stroke. Calls it the chainsaw. My very, very first bike was a Kawasaki 350 triple, so it's close to my heart. And Don Fergan been riding this bike. I don't even want to say how many years. It's been as long as I can remember, quite honestly. At 10:06, 124 for Don Fergan. Pretty quick for a little oil burner. All right, we got Hot Twin coming in. That is a class for legal American and metric twin-cylinder production motorcycles. Hot Twin, Tiffany Main, and Leinster. Leinster over in your Summit lane out of Wetaskiwin. Tiffany Main here out of Edmonton and Harley. 10-11-68 at 114. Leinster 12-72 at 105. This is still qualifying for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association Hot Twins. JM's out of Leduc. It's got the Nightster over in the Summit lane. And Joey Baker here with the with the Road Glide in the Napa lane. All right, Super Street to the lanes, please. NHRA Super Street to the lanes, please, for round number 1. Super Street, come on in. Super Comp, no, excuse me. Yes, no. We're going to change the run order slightly. Sorry, let's pay attention to the pit area for a moment. Stock, Super Stock, you will be behind Super Street. And Super Comp, you'll be behind Stock, Super Stock. We're switching you two over. So Stock, Super Stock, you'll be behind Super Street. Super Comp, you'll be behind Stock, Super Stock. Switching you guys around. So Super Street, come on into the lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock, you'll be on deck. So Logan Boys, his Harley Street Bob here in the Napa Lane out of Calgary. Jeremy Loft, the Road King over in your Summit Lane out of Red Deer. Hot Twin. $13.64 at 96 for boys. Loft, he ran a 1280 at a 103 as they are qualifying their final qualifier before we set up their ladders in Hot Twin. And Cochrane, Alberta's Brad Shear, the V-Rod. 06 V-Rod sitting in the Mutual Propane burnout box. Well, we got Pro Extreme in now. Jeff Petrie out of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories is 07 Suzuki. This is Pro Extreme. These guys are the fast guys. Quality Trophies, Pro Extreme. Beside him, Glenn Fraser, 2018 Suzuki over in your Summit Lane out of Edmonton. Very, very quick purpose-built drag bikes. They can use turbochargers, nitrous, supercharged, big cubic inch, whatever they want. And these things can be very fast. Quarter-mile record, 6:59 at 206 miles an hour. That was set in Medicine Hat a number of years ago. It has not been improved upon since 2011. And 2014, all set by Tony Gleitz. So Glenn Fraser, Jeff Petrie, your first pair in Pro Extreme. Ooh, getting the front end up on that bike. Laid it down. That's his 815, 171 miles an hour. I don't have the name on the rider just yet. We'll have that a little later. Glenn Fraser at a 749 at 187. Wow. All right, this is the street category. Southland Power Sports Street. It's an ET class for all street motorcycles. Adam Hetler, he's had a stranglehold in the championship from 2020 right through to now. But right now, the first pair, Marie Leclerc out of Mortonville, the 2022 Kawasaki over near Summit Lane. Mark Hall here in from Canmore. He's got the Honda here in the Napa Lane. First pair of street. Stock, super stock, please make your way to the lanes. Stock, super stock. Make your way to the lanes, please. Stock, super stock. Come on in. Super comp, you'll be on deck. Neil Churchill and Zoe Priestley, you've seen them before. They're double classing here today. They run street if they got a street capable bike as well. So Tiffany Main, of course, double classing in her Harley over in your Summit Lane, and the Jay Dudley in from Calgary, the 05 Yamaha here in the Napa Lane. JMs, of course, out of Leduc. Logan Boys out of Calgary. That next pair up, running street as well as Hot Twin here today. As we're just finishing up our qualifying in CMDRA bikes.
You know, we want to give a big shout out to Alex Popovich, 20th running of the Rocky Mountain Nationals. Thank you, Alex, for being here. May God bless. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, Alex and family sitting down here at the start line. Here's there. Alex. Hey, buddy.
Giving everybody a big wave. How about if we give him a little bit of love and back at him?
Yeah, he's been here for every single one of them. How about that? We love that.
Alex. It wouldn't be the same. We're glad you're here.
He's happy. Yeah.
Hey, we got a two-seater on the way. This is a two-seater. You pay $200. You want to know what it feels like to go down the track. This is the way to do it. The guy in the front with the black helmet, he is the passenger. The guy with the white helmet, he is the driver. They've been averaging about 118 to 120 miles an hour going down the track. But if you want to feel the speed and the G-force, I'll tell you what, get in that machine. If you want to get signed up for it, it's just across from the concession in the pits. Just across the way, you'll see a sign saying $200. You can line him up, get down the track, see what he does. He didn't disappoint. How about 117 miles an hour? A 988 index. Darren Peace, Brandon, Manitoba. That Mercury half ton, 1969, dialed in at 1110. He's on a bye. How about 1109? Kind of broke out a little bit. 122 miles an hour. In the summit lane coming up. Brooks, Alberta, Jason Kendall. In the summit lane. And in the Napoli, we got James Paul out of Sherwood Park, a 66 Dodge Corvette. This is Super Street. In the qualifying. Reaction time for Jason was pretty good. I'll tell you what, to see what he does. And he bet you he takes it. Jason Kendo with 11-12, 138 miles an hour. These are elimination rounds. El Quigley, Elder Grove, BC. Detroit, Duke. Out of Grand Prairie to 70 Dart, both dialed in at 11:10 is the class. Just getting them staged up. We've had an incredible weekend, and we want to welcome everybody just joined us to the Rocky Mountain Nationals. Rad Torque Raceways, the people that put all this together for you. We want to thank them very much for all of what they did behind the scenes, and the crew and the staff and the management. Oh, Al broke out a little bit. That's going to go to Boy Debris. A 1095, 123 miles an hour.
Super Comp, please to the lane. Super Comp, please to the lane. Super Comp, make your way into the lane. Super Gas, you're on deck. Super Comp into the lanes, please. Super Gas, you're on deck.
Krista Dryden in the summit lane out of Stettler. 1972 Vega. Alongside in the Napa lane, we got Jason Mercer. Chestermere, Alberta, and the Corvette. They've both been putting out some great times all weekend. A little bit too fast on the tree for Jason. Krista Dryden takes it with 11:10, 121 miles an hour.
Hey, Mike, we'll see how the time goes here, but I might end up having to do top Dragster after prologue.
Attention race fans, feel the pulse pounding roar of engines at the Rad Torque Raceway Ignite. Our sponsor, Midas Tire and Auto. 8 locations to serve you across Edmonton, Sherwood Park, and St. Albert. Midas is always there when your vehicle needs a pit stop. They offer everything from tires, brakes, oil changes, and more, all geared up to get you on the go. As a show commitment to our community and celebrate the thrill of racing at Rad Torque Raceway, Midas is offering an exclusive deal to all the fans. $20 off an oil change with tire rotation. Yes, you heard it right, $20 off oil changes. So when your vehicle needs to be race ready and road secure, remember to make a pit stop at Midas. Their gold standard in auto care in the heart of Rad Torque Raceway.
All right, Clarence Bidniak over near AMA lane. Stock, super stock. 1082 is what his dial in. Brian Gable here in the Camaro, or excuse me, Firebird. Shame on me. Firebird here in the Napa lane, 11 flat. Stock, super stock. Oh, red light for Brian Gable. 040 red light. And he's going to turn it right over to Clarence Bidniak. Move on into the semifinals on the red light. 1082, 120 miles an hour on the 1082 dial. How about a 1082 with a 5? Right on the number, dead number of 1082.5 on the 1082 dial for Clarence Bidniak. Next up, James Kwan. His F-Stock automatic Fairlane, 1967 GTA model, 1195 is the dial in over in your Summit lane. He's out of Sherwood Park, just like Big Ed Matajewski. The 72 Chevy Nova H-Stock automatic, 1199 the dial in for Big Ed. Here in the Napa lane. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in here. Super Gas to the lanes, please. That's going to Ed Matajewski, 12:02, as James Kwan breaks out 004. Oh, how about a 9-10 thou margin of victory for Ed Matajewski? Is that tight drag racing or what? So Big Ed's moving on into the semifinal. Norm LaPointe, he was your number one qualifier in the Chevy Cobalt, and he gets the lucky bye run in round number 1. He's hopping straight into the semifinal. He'll face Ed Matajewski a little later on. Norm's put a 9 flat on his dial in for the Superstock GT automatic, and he put a 990 down at 133 miles an hour. He knew he had the bye run, so it didn't have to matter. We'll see Norm face Ed Matajewski in the semifinals, and Clarence Bidniak, you know what? He gets the lucky bye run in the semifinals. Clarence is off to the final in Stock Superstock. All right, this is semifinal Super Comp. Reed Holland out of Warman, Saskatchewan. He's over in your Summit lane. He's going to face Vegreville's Len Mayer here in the Napa lane. Super Comp 910 index. They run a 400 Pro Tree. That is 400th of a second from the yellow lights to the green light Pro Tree. So they'll have all the yellow bulbs go on, then the green. Heads up. 910 index. You'll hear them on the throttle stops as they want to make sure they don't go any quicker than 910 at the top end and try to get to the stripe first. This is Super Comp 910 index. Semifinal, winner off to the final. Super gas into the lanes, please. Super gas, top sportsman, you're on deck. Super gas into the lanes, please. Top sportsman, you're on deck. Reed Holland, how about a losing perfect light for Reed Holland? A 000 with a 7, but it was a losing effort. Too bad, Reed. Sorry to say that. But 935 at 140 miles an hour for Len Mayer takes the round. And he was just closer to the 910, of course, and got to the stripe first. But a perfect light for Reed Holland on a losing effort. So Len Mayer off to the final. He's going to meet up with the winner of this pair, Murray Hawker out of Medicine Hat here in the Napa lane, facing Pat Tahoniak. In from Seba Beach, the 27 Ford Roadster. Oh, Pat goes red light. 013 red. So Murray Hawker off to the final with Len Mayer in Super Comp. All right, Super Gas, 1010 index. Dennis White out of Brandon, Manitoba. This Camaro, about a 2004 vintage, I think it is, somewhere around there. I don't have that number here. But Jeff Crooks beside him with the 67 Firebird. In from Manitoba as well. Super Gas, 1010 index. Quarterfinals. Winner going to get to the bye in the semifinal, make a run right to the final. That would be Mr. White. Dennis White gets a bye. He wins this round. He'll get a bye in the semis. And he's going right to the final in Super Gas for Dennis White in the Camaro. Next pair in. Dale Dryden. In from Camrose. Well, Stettler, I guess, is officially where he lives. 57 Corvette Roadster here in the Napa Lane, facing Dave Burden out of Medicine Hat, the 64 Malibu. The winner off to the semifinals will meet Greg McClellan. He gets the bye this round, as he was your number one qualifier. In the Fastback Barracuda coming up here in a moment. Super Gas. Top Sportsman, please. Top Sportsman. Should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman, please. Come on in, Top Sportsman. Make your way to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Well, Dale Dryden takes that one. 10-13, 155 at the top end. And that is Dave Burden breaks out 12 at the top end. 0-1-2 breakout. Ouch. That's a 10-08 on a 10-10 index. That's not going to work. So that is Dale Dryden going on to the semifinal. He'll face Greg McClellan. As we've got a little bit of a left lane cleanup there to fix up. So we're just on hold for a moment. Maybe a great opportunity to head down our concessions and grab yourself something to eat or drink. We got food concessions and food trucks all around the concourse area. We got our concessions in the pits as well, our Coca-Cola concession. And if you want to grab yourself a beverage, maybe stay hydrated, get yourself some water. That'd be probably the best bet today. It's going to hit 27 degrees. But we just got a little tiny bit of a cleanup for a second here, and then we'll get right back at it for the rest of Super Gas, and then we'll move right into Top Sportsman. Be back in your seats for 12 noon as we've got our pro rounds coming right up. Pro modified, top fuel motorcycle, and pro fuel bike. Coming up at 12 noon. All right, top sportsmen, please bring yourselves well down into the lanes, please. Please come on down into the lanes. I've got some cars to call up here, and we need to make some room at the top end of the lanes. So, top sportsmen, please make your way down into the lanes. First call for West Coast Pro Modified, Top Fuel Harley, and Pro Fuel Bike, please. First call. West Coast Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, and Pro Fuel Bike. First call for you guys for round number 1. All right, Greg McClellan getting the bye run out of Spruce Grove, the 67 Plymouth Barracuda in Super Gas. He gets the bye. He's hopping straight into the semifinal. He'll face Dale Dryden. As we move on into the next round. $10-12, 132, not too bad, Dale, on a 10-10 index. So you're Greg McClellan. He's got it all sorted out. He'll figure it out and come on back and try to get himself into the final today. So top sportsman coming up. 4 pairs, 8 cars. Quarterfinals. Top sportsman rolling in, and then we'll get into our first round of our pro categories here today for 12 o'clock. All right, coming up right now, top sportsman, round number 1. Pat McNally, his 2021 Camaro out of St. Albert, Quality Fast Foods sponsor, beautiful car. 720 is the dial, and facing Randy Schmidt out of Sherwood Park, the 41 Willies, 804 the dial, and for Randy here in the Napa lane. Randy Schmidt had a bit of an advantage, but it's not going to work for him. Pat McNally gets around him at the top end. 7:23, 189 for Pat McNally. Going to move on into round number 2, the semifinals here in Top Sportsman. Joe Graves, the 05 Pontiac Grand Am here in the Napa Lane. 8:12, the dial-in, facing Alan Hebert out of Selkirk, Manitoba. 68 Camaro, the big block auto and farm supply, and Lucas Oil helping him out. 670 is on the board. It's a fast one. 670 for Alan Hebert. He is definitely going to be doing the chasing of Joe Graves at an 8:12. So Joe's going to get quite a little head start on our number 1 qualifier, Alan Hebert. One more call, Pro Modified. Top Fuel Bike, Pro Fuel Bike, please to the lanes. Well, Joe Graves, how about a 008 red light? Oh, Joe, that's just not the way to do it in round number 1, my friend. 008 red light. So Alan Hebert blows through at a 672 and 207 and moves on into the semifinals. Dean Charlson out of Beaumont, the Charlson Construction 55 Chevy Bel Air here in the Napa Lane. He's got the supercharger on the front of the motor of that car. 710 is the dial-in, facing Caleb Menzel. 70 Plymouth Barracuda out of Edmonton, and yes, it is one big Hemi in that car. 839 is the dial-in. Winner's going to go on and face Pat McNally in the semifinal. Oh, and that's going to go to Caleb Menzel at 840, 166 miles an hour. He had him on the tree. How about a 12 on the tree to Dean Charleston's 21? So Menzel moving on in the Barracuda. Jan Christensen in from Langley, British Columbia. Beautiful Skillman 16 Chevy Camaro X Pro Stock car. Love that thing. 735 is the dial in here in the Napa Lane, facing Kelsey Dufresne. He's been very, very busy this weekend, doubling up in classes and doing quite well out of Grand Prairie. This is 83 Chevy Camaro over in your Summit Lane. 853 is the dial in for Kelsey. So Jan is going to be doing the chasing on this one in that very cool Skillman X Pro Stock. Turned into a Top Sportsman car. I got a 632 Sunset or something in that thing, I think now. 735 on the board. That one's to the stripe, and it is going to be Jan Christensen, 738, 172 miles an hour. A little better on the tree and a little better at the stripe. So Jan Christensen off to see Mr. Hebert in the semifinal. Well, for $200, you can jump yourself into a 2-seater dragster. Go see them in the pit area.
If you got the need for speed, that's what to do.
If you got the need for speed.
He's right in the average, 119 miles an hour, kind of where he sits at an 892.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with our Pro Modified. Round number 1, our Pro Show. So let's get started here today. If you please rise, remove your caps. We will have our national anthem. Well, please remain standing. We'll try our Star Spangled Banner. All right, we're ready to go. Pro Modified, West Coast Pro Mods, round number 1. Four rounds of qualifying through the weekend, and that's coming down to this. We've got 8 cars in the program. Your number 1 qualifier was Mike Gonziola, and he put on a show with a 385 to get himself number 1 qualifier. Just doing a little bit of track prep. Want to shout out to Global Power Systems, your presenter for the 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals. And welcome, everybody, for the 20th running for the Rocky Mountain Nationals. It's going to be a beautiful day here for us today. Special partner this weekend, Vintage Towing, committed to lend you a hand when you're most in need. Let Vintage handle all your towing and recovery needs. VintageTowingLeduc.com. You can check them out. Orion Building and Maintenance and Rentals is a family-owned and operated business servicing Edmonton and surrounding areas since 1996, providing cleaning equipment, rentals, commercial, industrial, janitorial services, window cleaning, carpet cleaning, floor restorations, and more. Call Orion today, 780-440-0136, or for a free cleaning, equipment, or equipment demo. And you know something? If you got a grad, maybe a wedding coming up, or how about a very special birthday, or just any special day, you can make it very memorable with a perfect getaway car. The Canadian Classic Car Rentals will have your guests turning heads as their classics provide the perfect photo op. A classic for every occasion. Check them out at CanadianClassicCarRentals.com. You know, I got to tell you a little story there, my friend. My wedding, like I don't know how many years ago it was, 1991 or something, I can't remember. My aunt and uncle got us a really sweet 34 sedan on the wedding day for my wife and I to go off to our pictures. It was cool.
Which is really fitting for you, especially with what you do. Right?
Well, that's why they did it, right? They knew I was a car guy even back then. But yeah, it was awesome. beautiful 34 sedan hot rod. Jumped in the back and off to the pictures. It was cool. It's a great idea. So if anybody's a wedding, birthday, grad, call these guys. They got all sorts of different kind of classic cars. It was a lot of fun.
And I know they're going to look after you as well. They're going to roll out the red carpet to make sure you have your best experience ever.
Absolutely. So, yeah, check them out. Because that's that time of year, isn't it? Well, we're into July. We're probably well deep into that time of year, aren't we?
Yeah, 'tis the season, I think, right now.
All right, we've prepped up, ready to go. Pro Modifieds. J.R. Lazic. Out of Kelowna. The Benson-owned Bunker Junker. He's going to be over in your Summit Lane, a 1957 Chevy. And it's a quick one. Beside him, High River, Alberta's Rick Barnhart. Awesome Ford Mustang right down here in the Napa Lane. First pair Pro Modified. This is elimination rounds. And it's a points race for these guys. And J.R. Lazic currently sitting as the number 1 in points. Was the runner-up in Door Wars a week ago up against Justin Bond in Bahrain number 1. Oh, Rick's not making the call. Barnhart not making the call. Oh, that's too bad. So J.R. Lazic's going to get a single as Barnhart's Mustang not making the call. So Lazic going to get a hop right into the semifinal. Nitro Harley Davidson and Pro Fuel Bike, we need you in the lanes, please. Nitro Harley Davidson and Pro Fuel Bike, we need you in the lanes, please, for round number 1. Nitro Harley and Pro Fuel Bike, we need you in the lanes for round number 1, please. All right, J.R. Lazic, the Bunker Junker, 57 Chevy, going to move it down track. See what he puts down for a number here today. Ooh, a little tire shake and hopped it there slightly. 451, 118 at the 8th. That's what they run 8th mile in the Pro Modifieds. And had a little hop, skip, and jump there at about 330 mark. Got it up on the tire and a little spin. So we'll see JR back in the semifinals. We'll find out who he's going to pair up against shortly. All right, your next pair up, Tacoma, Washington's Garrett Richards. That beautiful 2012 Mustang Shelby 1000. Here in the Napa Lane. He's got to face Spruce Grove's Tony Moretto. 55 Chevy Bel Air. Nitrous is the power adder for Tony Moretto over in your Summit Lane. Garrett Richards, how about a big old supercharger on top of his 500 cubic inch, basically homemade, machined and developed engine in that Mustang. Crew Chief Brent Yagi, the brains and the brawn behind the motor in this car. Garrett Richards, the shoe in the seat. And they make a great team. Tony Moretto, great to see him back in Pro Mod racing. It's been a number of years. Love that 55 Chevy, and so good to see him back here in the nitrous combination. So here we go, round number 1. Who's going to go on to the semifinal? How about Tony Moretto taking the round? 393, 186 miles an hour over Garrett Richards, 405, 189. He had a better light, 40 on the tree versus Richards, 84. And so Tony Moretto, little bit of an upset there, if you ask me. That's cool. He's moving on into the semifinals. Well, if you've been watching YouTube, I hope you guys have been getting a good show here. Pro Modified Round 1. Welcome. I hope you're joining us on this Sunday here at the Rocky Mountain Nationals. We are in the middle of Pro Modified. Next up, your number 1 qualifier out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. A beautiful 2016 Corvette. That is Mike Gonziola. He's here in the Napa lane facing Mission, British Columbia's JS Power Sports sponsored 57 Chevy Bel Air. Jay Severinston over in your Summit lane. Okay. So Pro Fuel Bikes in the lanes, please. Pro Fuel Bikes in the lanes. Right behind them will be Top Dragster. Pro Fuel Bikes in the lanes, please. Top Dragster. You can start rolling in behind Pro Fuel Bikes. So Jay Severinston, the 57 Chevy out of Mission. Mike Gonziola, the 2016 Corvette out of Saskatoon. Who's going to go on and meet up with Tony Moretto in the semifinal? Well, it's going to be Mike Gonziola because Jay Severinston, big time red light for Jay. He went through to 420 and 181, but he had a huge red light there, 218 red. Mike Gonziola going to take it at 520, 118 miles an hour. He's moving on into the semifinals on the red light. Next pair up, Steve Horn, also out of the Mission, British Columbia region. And Steve Goddard out of Red Deer. This next pair up. Horn in the beautiful 41 Willys. Goddard in the GTO. Winner of that pair will go on to see J.R. Lazick in the semifinal. Horn out of Burnaby. Goddard out of Red Deer. The GTO. Nitrous package. Horn. Supercharger.
Don't forget, you want to strap on one of these cars, you can do it for $200. Go over to the concession at the pits. Right across the road, you'll find a big sign saying $200. Talk to the pit guys, and the driver will get you signed up. Make a run down the track at 119, 120 miles an hour to know what it feels like. It doesn't get more upfront and personal than that.
Good-looking GTO out of Red Deer, Steve Goddard. Runs a nitrous package on the car. You'll see him purge some of it to get the bottles up to pressure. Steve Horn, brand new body on the car, redeveloped over the off-season this year, the 41 Willys. Sweet-looking car. Love it. And he's out of Burnaby, British Columbia, longtime racer and partner with Jay Severinston. They travel together in the same rig, and they've been working together. Steve and him work together in the movie industry. As Steve Horn, they move around a lot of the trailers and rigs that they use for the movie industry for in the Vancouver region. And that's what Steve does. All those white trailers you see, a lot of movie shoots and television scenes and shoots and stuff like that all in the background. Well, that's what those guys do. One of those kind of unique businesses. Horn against Goddard. Who's going to the semifinal against Lazic? We're going to find out right now. That is going to be Steve Horn, 394, 185 miles an hour. He was even late on the tree. He just powered through it. Steve Goddard, a 409, a 177, just did not have the oomph that supercharger provided the 41 Willys. Steve Horn, 394, 185, off to see Lazic in the semifinal. Round 2 pro model be back right around the 2 o'clock mark. And so we'll see them later. We've got Pro Fuel Harley coming up. Top Fuel Harleys ran last night. I guess they're not running today. So Pro Fuel Harley today. We have, what do we got here? 6 bikes, 3 pairs, quarterfinal action for Pro Fuel Harley. Well, a little scheduled funny car test I was not familiar with. Didn't know it was coming up. But wow, what a burnout. And oh, he just got a little bit out of shape down there at the top end. That was scary there for a second. Not sure who's in the funny car. Does anybody know? Good looking Camaro, a little alcohol funny car. Normally run the Pro 690 category. Ran some of these last night. A couple of times, and on Friday night, if you're here for the big shows. Top dragster, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Top dragster, please. Make your way into the lanes. Top dragster, round number 1. Whoa, got the wheels up and got it over close to the wall. I don't know if he touched it or not, but he sure got into the dust right beside the wall there, out of the line of the lane there. Wow, got over to the left. So he has brought a little bit of dirt out onto the racetrack, so we'll go kind of sweep that up for a second here. And looks like he's come to a stop down there, I think. Yep, they're going to fetch him, and then we'll do a little tiny sweep up there as a lot of the dust and so on that's up next against the wall kind of got tossed out onto the racing line. So we'll have to go kind of sweep that up a little bit. So give us a minute while we get our Pro Fuel bike guys all sorted out here. And then top dragster, please, into the lanes. Top dragster, come on in. Let's get you guys all paired up. Top dragster, make your way into the lanes. Oh, Phil Hicks in the funny car today. So, Phil, a little bit of wildness there for him. A little wild on the burnout and definitely wild on the run.
Definitely an eye opener. Key Ag Kubota Leduc is your farm equipment, construction equipment, mowers, UTV dealer in Leduc. We provide sales, service, parts, and financing. Our vision is to be number one with our customers by providing the best products and service in the industry, empowering our employees through training and product knowledge. Visit Key Ag Kubota Leduc. Make sure you join us at Wednesday, August the 9th for the Midas Tire and Auto Hot August 9th. Catch the smoke flame, burning rubber speeds at 300 miles an hour here at Torque Raceway. At full night of drag racing, jet cars, and fireworks brought to you by Midas. Trust your local Midas store for total care, including brake repair, oil changes, tires, and tire service, mufflers, and exhaust. For all your auto repair needs, visit Midas.com.
So, Pro Fuel bike coming right up. 122 cubic inch single carbureted on nitro methane with a direct drive with a clutch. Simple but complicated in these bikes. It is the VP Fuels Pro Fuel class. They're purpose built. Of course, they're on nitromethane. 45-degree V twins. 2022 current defending champ Al Miles. Now he has Quinn Olson riding his bike this weekend. Al and I haven't discussed that with him. What is going on? I haven't talked to Al in a bit. He currently is the record holder in this class, 729 with a 5 in Mission in 2019. And John Breckenridge, way back in 2005, also holds the mile per hour record in Mission, 178.42 miles per hour for VP Fuels Pro Fuel bikes. So here we go. First pair, Aaron Barsness. He's out of Dunmore, Alberta. He's over near Summit Lane. Dave Stickle, in from British Columbia. And that is your first pair. Pro Fuel bike presented by VP Racing Fuels. Well, Aaron Barsness, he ran the tree before it even set. So no time there and nothing for Aaron. Dave Stickle going to take the round. 10:16, 149 miles an hour. Aaron ran the tree before the tree was set. At least that's the way it looked at my end. I don't know what the starter's saying down there. So Aaron ran the tree before everything was set, took off, and no time for him. So that's gone to Dave Stickle, moving into the semifinal. Next up, Dan Ramage, out of Lacombe, Alberta, the Hawaii, I don't know how do you say that, Hawaii Pro Fuel Bike here in the Napa lane. Evan Barsness out of Sherwood Park, he's over in your Summit lane. Pro Fuel Bike, Ramage, Barsness. Aaron's brother Evan, I do believe they're brothers. Aaron's brother Evan over in the Summit lane. Ramage here in the Napa lane, but I don't see a bike in the Napa lane. So that's looking to me like this is going to be a single. I don't see Ramage. So Dan Ramage not making the call. So Evan Barsness off to the semifinal, 864, 145 for Evan. And he'll be into the semifinal against Stickle. One pair left, Lyons and Olsen. Winner of that pair is going to get a bye in the semifinal, so they'll hop right into the final. Quinn Olsen out of Sherwood Park. He's over near Summit Lane. And here in the Napa Lane, Wayne Lyons out of Black Falls. Winner going to get a hop right into the final as they get a bye run in the semi. So that's a big deal, getting right into the final. Wayne Lyons here in the Napa Lane. Quinn Olsen over in your Summit Lane. We're ready. Who's going to make it into the final with the bye run in the semi? All right, we're going to find out here right away. Top bulbs are on. We're ready. Oh, Wayne Lyons' bike just took a right turn on him, and Quinn Olsen's going all the way. 761, 164 miles an hour for Quinn Olsen, and he rode her down the left side of his lane all the way down. Wayne Lyons, it went right on him right off the bat. He had to kind of readjust and get back into it, but Quinn Olsen, he's going to the final here today with a bye in the semi. So top dragster coming up for next in your round number one. Elimination rounds, top dragster. First pair up is going to be Chevy Reeves, operations manager here at Rad Torque Raceway. He's here in the Napa lane. Beside him, Dean Bentonson out of Red Deer. And if something looks kind of different about that car, that's sort of the new hot setup these days. The shorty wheelbase, supercharged. See a bunch of those down south running the big buck bracket series. Easier to manage. Don't need as big a trailer either, or as big as garage. So Dean Bentonson out of Red Deer over in your Summit Lane, $7.95 the dial, and Chevy Reeves here, $7.29 the dial. In the Napa lane. First pair, top dragster. Well, there's even on the tree. It's going to go to Dean Bentonson, though, $7.96 with a 958 miles an hour, 45 with a 0 on the tree. Chevy Reeves, 45 with a 2. Just a little off at the top end. So Dean Bentonson taking it, moving on into the next round. Justin Dahoniak out of Spruce Grove, the Ed K. Dragster over in your Summit Lane. 8:05 is the dial in. Facing Dale Bristow here in the Napa Lane out of Fort Saskatchewan. 7:33 on the board in his Dragster. So he will do the chase, and Justin is going to get out first. Your next pair up, top Dragster. That's going to go to Justin Dahoniak. 8:08, 167 as Dale Bristow goes too fast by 1 thou. How's that going to hurt you? Wow. 7:32 with an 8 on the 7:32 dial-in. A breakout for Bristow. So Dahoniak moving on into the next round. That's a tough loss for Bristow right there. Kirsten Groves, Rad Torque Systems, Part Source, Tire Garage, and K2 Consulting helping out Kirsten. She's out of Alder Flats, $7.55 the dial in here in the Napa lane. Facing Mike Barron right here out of Edmonton, $7.11 for Barron over in your Summit lane. Oh, Kirsten breaks out 6:10 thou. She had him on the tree, but drove it out the top end by 6:10 thou. Oh, what a tough way to lose a round. Mike Barron taking it 7:32, 188 miles an hour. How about that? A 0006 breakout for Kirsten Groves. That is just too close. Next in, Mark Bold out of Red Deer. Hughes Transmission, Simpson Race Products helping him out. 769 is the dial in here in the Napa lane, facing Dalton Giroux, the CSN LJ Auto Body Dragster out of Nisku. 730 on the board for Dalton. This one's going to be tight at the top end. It looks like Giroux's got the actual advantage, but no, Mark Bold dead 4 on his number for Mark Bold. 769 with a 4, 174 miles an hour. How about that? 19 on the tree. He does it. Mark Bold moves on into the next round over Dalton Giroux. Next in, Andy Shoy up from Calgary. 759 the dial in over in your Summit Lane, facing Stan Essery out of Sherwood Park. He's here in the Napa lane, 726 the dial in. Little Battle of Alberta right here. Calgary against Sherwood Park, or Edmonton area, I guess. Close enough. Well, identical reaction time, so this one's definitely going to go to the stripe. Let's see who it happens to be, and it is going to be Andy Shoy, 761, 175 miles an hour. Got to the stripe first. They both had 17 trees, so looking good for Andy. He'll be back into round number 2. Jesse Vanderveer out of Sherwood Park. He's here in the Napa Lane, 744 the dial-in, facing Jordy Castle, the AFD Fuels Ebert Brothers Racing Dragster. Out of Sherwood Park as well. Jordy's got a dial at a 647. And that is going to go to Jesse Vanderveer. Jordy had him on the tree, but not quite close enough at the top end. So Vanderveer, 746, 178 miles an hour, taking the round. Mike Crozier, your winner last night, got himself a Wally. Looking to double up this weekend. Let's see how he does here in round number 1. 735 is the dial-in in the Outlaw Addiction team. Out of Leduc, right over in your Summit Lane, facing Jenna Michaud. We had an interview with her yesterday in the Women in Drag Racing here at Rad Torque Raceway. She's in the Michaud Family Racing, Twister Piling sponsored Dragster. 644 the dial-in for Jenna. She was your number 1 qualifier here today. Oh, troubles with Jenna right off the start. She had a good light, but the car just turned off. So Mike Crozier, 738 with 181, going to take the round as Jenna's car turned off right away as she hopped out there. Just lost power. So Crozier, step number 1 for double up today. Get through first round. That is step number 1 completed. He's moving on. 738 at 181. So Jenna will roll off at the top end. Not sure what happened there. She had 18 on the tree. Good tree. And it just all fell apart after the 60-foot mark. Eric Crooks out of Brandon, Manitoba. His Don Davis Dragster here down in the Napa Lane. Good-looking car. All that flame paint job on it here in the Leduc. Out of the Napa Lane here. 747 is going to be his dial-in facing Grant Dury. Grant must have got a transmission in the car overnight out of Vegreville. He had a transmission go bad on him yesterday. 657 the dial-in over in your Summit Lane. All right, Grant Dury, Eric Crooks. Dury in your Summit Lane, Crooks here in the Napa Lane. Your next pair, top dragster. As we get through round number 1. Pro round 2, please. Pro round 2 to the lanes. Pro round 2 to the lanes, please. Come on down. Super Pro, you're on deck. Pro round 2 into the lanes, please. Super Pro, you're on deck. Pro, come on in. Round number 2 for you. That's going to go to Eric Crooks, 750, 180 miles an hour. And he did that with a 26.3 where Grant Dury, how about a 003 reaction time, but just not close enough to his dial, and he ran a 663 on the 657 dial. So Eric Crooks gets it, moves on into round number 2. Dave Senyo, right here out of Leduc County. Here's here in the Napa Lane, 755 on the board, facing Abbotsford's British Columbia's Dan Provost. The owner-operator of Rad Torque Systems. 705 is the dial-in over in your Summit Lane. Great to have them here this weekend. They brought up Dallas Glenn this weekend to do a little bit of racing. Dallas and wife Sadie having a good time here this weekend and got a chance to talk to them. And they've had a great, great time. Dallas Glenn, of course, leader in the Pro Stock category in the NHRA Camping World Series. So Dave Senyo taking that one over Dan Provost. Senyo moving on into round number 2 with a 756 and 176 miles an hour.
Well, we got another candidate to make that trip down the quarter. Again, if you're interested in doing this, it costs you only $200. Get in and have fun and know what it feels like to go down the track. Normally averaging about 119 to about 125 miles an hour. Let's see what he dials in. How about a 119? As usual, it's the average. If you want to know what it feels like to sit behind the seat, because you haven't got a steering wheel, so you can do all the steering you want, but not going to do you any good. But I'll tell you what, it gives you an opportunity to know what it's like to go down these tracks as fast as they do. Get on over there. If you want to sign up for it, get over, at least talk to the pit crew. They're on the opposite side of the road from the concession in the pits. So if you look right across from them, you'll see the sign, you'll see the car. Get on over and talk to them.
So once again, Pro round 2, please, into the lanes. Pro round 2 for you, please. Let's pair you up, get you going. And Super Pro, you're on deck. You'll be right in behind him for your quarterfinals. So Pro round 2, please, make your way to the lanes.
From quads to side-by-sides to skidoos and more, Alberta ATV Repair injects dedication and hard work to all the recreational vehicles and engine repairs that they work on. They offer performance parts, product merchandise to ensure the customer is prepared for any adventure from head to toe. At the end of the day, our mission is to provide high-quality service and affordable prices when giving back to the community they call home. Alberta ATV Repair, online at albertaatvrepair.com. Attention race fans, feel the pulse-pounding roar of engines at Rad Torque Raceway, ignited by our proud sponsor, Midas Tire and Auto. With 8 locations across Edmonton, Sherwood Park, St. Albert, Midas is always there when your vehicle needs a pit stop. They offer everything from tires to brakes to oil changes and more, all geared up to keep you on the go. As a show of commitment to our community and celebrate the thrill of races at Rad Torque Raceway, Midas has offered an exclusive deal to all the fans. Get $20 off oil changes with tire rotations. Yes, you heard it right. You put $20 back in your jeans off of oil prices. So when your vehicle needs to be race ready and road secure, remember to make a pit stop at Midas. They're your gold standard in auto care and the heart of Rad Torque Raceway. Bailey Hebert, Selkirk, Manitoba, in a 1968 Camaro OSS, Big Block Auto, and Farm Supply, Ellen Hebert Trucking. In the Napa Lane, Cale Menzel at Edmonton, 1968 Dodge Dart, and he's dialing in at a 991. And in Bailey's side, a 1031. So a little bit of a wheel left. Oh, a little bit too quick at the tree. Bailey Herbert takes it with a 1030 at 130 miles an hour. Corey Hayward out of St. Albert in Leduc County. We got Lance Churchuk in the Napa Lane. A little bit of difference in the dial-in. Lance is at 1181. Corey's at 1061. So you can see a little bit of a delay in the tree. There you go. Lance Churchuk takes it. 1182 with 111 miles an hour. Peter Nolan, Fort Saskatchewan. Not Okotoks. We got Donovan Miller, D&L Miller Automotive Repair. Peter on the Summit side, dial is at 1063. Donovan on the other side is a 1092 in the Napa Lane. It's a good takeoff. Peter Noyan takes it with a 1066, 117 miles an hour. Chuck Amwat out of Millet. Alongside is from St. Albert, Corey Newman with a dial-in of 930. Chuck's at a 999 in the Summit Lane. He's on a 71 Chevy Vega. Corey took out flat and he's moving. And Corey's taking it with a 924 to 127 miles an hour. His margin is 547. Troy Duke and Gart Drager in the Napa Lane. Gar's coming in with an 885 dial-in, where Troy's out at 1090. We are in the Pro ET.
Super Pro, please. Super Pro in the lanes for round 2, please. Super Pro in the lanes for round 2. Juniors, you're on deck.
They're staged. Now let's see if we can catch them. Oh, doggone. He got a red light on that one. So it's going to be over to Troy Dubé. A 1096 with 123 miles an hour attached to it.
So Super Pro, please, come on into the lanes. Juniors, you're on deck. Super Pro, please, into the lanes. Juniors are on deck.
Dan Koss out of Sherwood Park with 70 Plymouth Duster. Dialing in at a 1044. Alongside of him is Ken Dusseldorf out of Black Falls at 69 Dodge Dart. Dialing in at a 1004. Oh, Dan's going to hate that one. But it goes over to Ken Dulsdorf with a 1007, 125 miles an hour. Sean Genge out of Stony Plain, 68. Pontiac Firebird dialing in at a 1049. Alongside of him is Robert Kleinbegum. An 09 Dodge Challenger dialing in a 1075 in the Napa Lane. Boy, these have been going fast and furious in the Pro ET. We're round 2. Hey, look at that. This is going to be a nail biter right to the end. Rod takes it. A 1081, 117 miles an hour for that 09 Dodge Challenger in Indianapolis. For you folks that are just joining us, we want to welcome you to the Rocky Mountain Nationals, the 20.
All right, we're just setting up Super Pro here in just a moment. That's our Pro ET round number 2. Setting up their quarterfinals. Super Pro, final call for you, please. Super Pro, final call for you, please. Juniors, you can roll in. Super Pro, final call. Juniors, your turn. Bikes, you'll be right in behind juniors for round number 1. Bikes, you'll be right in behind juniors for round number 1 for you. Bikes.
Anybody that wants to get in on the 50-50 draw, we had some great money here yesterday, both times actually. But if you want to put your hand up, the Rotary Club will come up and find you. They are the Rotary Club from Leduc Nisku. They've done an incredible job with us this weekend.
13 grand went out yesterday.
Yeah, it was. No, it was 16 grand last night. I think it was about 7 grand went to the winner. And then in the afternoon, I think it was $6,200 went out to the winner. Friday, I think we were around the 4,000 mark. And boy, I'll tell you what, the Rotary Club's been doing a great job, and let's support them so they can support us in need. That is the Rotary Club 50-50 draw. Put your hand up, they'll come and find you.
Well, we got a little quiet section for a second. We have to do a big shout out here. So everybody wish Trey and the Mutual Propane Water Box happy birthday, Trey. Look at he's standing down there going, what are you talking about? Is looking at me. Happy birthday, buddy. Everybody wish him a happy birthday. I think it was actually yesterday. Was your birthday yesterday? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Well, belated it.
We're a little late on the uptake here. Yeah, I remember when I was 19 too. I'm pretty sure the day after my 19th birthday, I wasn't standing at the start line in the drag strip. I'm pretty sure I was still laying in bed about this time of the day.
Yeah, trying to get over the night before.
Yeah,
right?
the night before.
Yeah.
All right, Super Pro, round number 2. Here we go. Quarterfinal action. Steve Burkett in from Terrace, British Columbia. 1956 Chevy pickup. 10:06 on the board. Facing Pat Dahoniak. 27 Ford Roadster in from Seba Beach. 898 is on the board for Pat. He's doing the chase, and he's going to run down the pickup truck. Try to get around him. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, please to the lanes. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, please to the lanes. And then Bikes. Round number 1 for you, please. Bikes, round number 1. Steve Burkett goes red light. 016 red for Burkett. Finishes his day right there. And lets Pat Dahoniak move on into the semifinals. Jason Mercer, he's got the lucky buy run in round number 2. In 97 Corvette. He gets the lucky buy. He's moving right into the semifinal. He will face Pat Dahoniak in the semis. Oh, good thing he's got a buy run. Goes 002 red light, but that's okay. It's just a fun run when you're doing a buy. Technically, all you have to do is set the green light off, and that's good. You can actually back out. Don't even have to make a full pass if you don't want to. Save some money on your car. Next up, Tammy Peugeot out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. She's got her TNT Dragster here in the Napa lane. 801 the dial, and facing Greg McClellan. Out of Spruce Grove, 67 Plymouth Barracuda Fastback. Greg's got it on the 1010. Running that super gas number. Sticking with it all day. Winner off to the semifinal. Well, Tammy a little late on the tree, but Greg wasn't early either, so Greg gets it, though. A 10:15, 123 miles an hour. And Greg McClellan moving on into the semifinal in the Barracuda. Next pair up. Reset, please. Kimberly Johnkin out of Langley, British Columbia. Her Yancer Dragster over in your Summit Lane. 855 is the dial-in. Facing Kelsey Dufresne out of Grand Prairie, the 83 Camaro. 853. So, hey, just about a heads-up drag race here. 2/10. I don't think anybody's going to notice that. 2 100s, actually. I think about that. Well, Kelsey all over the tree on Kimberly, and he's probably going to make her pay. He does. 863, 146 miles an hour with a 001 reaction time. Wow, that's a good light. Kimberly, an old 82 light, just a little too late. So Kelsey Dufresne off to the semifinal against Greg McClellan. Junior Thunder semifinal. Rolling right into the lanes.
Larry Menzel wants to put out a big shout out to the Block Shop, their sponsors, St. Albert Dodge, Allen Mart Plumbing, and JTL Wood Transport, Striking Concrete. A special thanks go to Vintage Towing for going over and above moving his car using 2 rigs, and they looked after his car to perfection. Again, we want to thank the Block Shop, St. Albert Dodge, TL Wood Transport and Striking Concrete, along with Vintage Towing on behalf of Larry Menzel.
Emery Brykritz out of Beaver Lodge. Junior Thunder going to be in your Napa lane. 12:04 is the dial in. Going to face Cars Land's Brandon Peck. Over in your Summit lane, 890. There's a big difference in junior dragsters. 8th mile, half-scale dragster, single-cylinder, Briggs-based engine. These are the youngsters, 6 years old to about 10, 11 in Junior Thunder. So Brandon Peck, 890 the dial, and Emery Brykritz here in the Napa lane, 12:04 the dial. The winner off to the final. Wally Trophy on the line. Emery got a big head start. Brandon, both of them had pretty good reaction times. It's going to go to Brandon Peck at 9:14, 73 miles an hour because Emery, how about a 002 breakout? Oh, that has to hurt. 12:03 on the 12:04 dial. Ouch. So Brandon Peck moving on into the final. Next pair up, Austin Brykritz, the brother, out of Beaver Lodge. 9 flat is the dial in over in your Summit lane. Facing Riker Dupuis out of Ardrossan. He's here in the Napa lane. And 9:02 on the board for Riker. So, who's going off to see Brandon Peck in Junior Thunder final? Dupuis have the advantage on the tree. See if he can make it stick when they get to the 8th mile finish line. Yes, he does. 9:05, 71 miles an hour for Riker Dupuis. He is off to the final. Junior Lightning semifinal. Lincoln Sherrick out of Langley, British Columbia. He's over near Summit Lane. 8:19. He's got dialed up facing Cole Caron out of High River. High River Country Chrysler sponsored. 8 flat is the dial in for Cole. One of them's going to meet Tristan Duchesne in the final as Duchesne has the lucky bye run in the semi. Oh, Cole Caron, big time red light. And Lincoln Shirk, how about a 007 reaction time? Goes through at an 8:14. Yeah, he broke out, but that doesn't matter. The red light is the foul on Cole Caron. So Lincoln off to the final in Junior Lightning. And this is Tristan Duchesne. He has the bye run in this round. He's going to hop, skip, and jump into the final. The Trial and Air team out of Beaumont, Mobile One sponsored. He is the current defending track champion in Junior Lightning right now, Tristan Duchesne, along with his sister Sarah, who is the defending track champion in Junior Thunder here at Rad Torque Raceway in the Nitro Rats program. So we will see those guys' finals a little later on this afternoon for Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. All right, Super Gas. Jeff Petrie, the '07 Suzuki out of Yellowknife. That's not a Suzuki. What's he got that on his card for? It's a Harley Davidson V-twin. He's out of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Super Gas 970 Index. He has the bye run. The Pedo Productions Super Gas 970 Index class. But Jeff doesn't have to worry about it too much. He has got the automatic jump into the final with the bye run out of the three bikes. $997, $133. He's been very consistent all day with that $997 in the V-twin. Next up, how about I believe it's brothers. I think it's siblings. I'm not 100% sure the relationship between the two. But Garrett Price out of Red Deer's over in your Summit Lane. Matthew Price out of Penholds here in the Napa Lane. Not sure if it's brothers or father-son or what it is, but let's call it brothers maybe. If it is father-son, the dad will appreciate it. So Matthew Price here on the near side. Garrett Price over on the far side. One of them going off to see Jeff Petrie in the final for Super Gas. And they're all part of the Gasoline Alley Red Deer Racing team. So they're all on the same team, of course, as well. Fighting it out. Matthew Price was drifting towards the center line. He had to collect it. He gets the round. How about a 003 light? Wow, Garrett was way behind on that one. But Matthew, he was rolling over to the center line, but he just manhandled that bike. Got it back to the racing line. 10-13, 130 miles an hour. So Matthew Price off to the final against Jeff Petrie. Well, the Woodpines RV Resort Superbike class coming up right now. It looks like Chris Crawford out of Airdrie is going to have the 91 Suzuki over in your Summit Lane. And Nicole Kidd out of Edmonton, her 85 Suzuki with the amazing pink paint on this bike. Round number 1 of Superbike, brought to you by Woodpines RV Resort. It's a ET class, of course, a production-based drag bike, multiple engine and power adder combinations. All right, we got our dial-ins for Nicole, 902. Chris Crawford at 1005. Bit of a challenge for the tower to see the numbers on the bikes as they rolled up into the water box. We didn't quite have the numbers yet. Small space. Catch the numbers. So Nicole, 902. Chris, a 1005. Your first pair in Superbike.
That young lady looking for the races, the bike races in the oval, they're not happening today. Assisted drags.
Oh, Nicole also drifted over to the center line, had to fight it back. And looks like she's got the round. 9:51, 125 for Nicole Kidd. She had to fight that one off to get it back off the center line as well.
But she sure did a good job of doing that.
Yes, she sure did. Don Fergan, his Kawasaki 350, or excuse me, 750 triple out of Calgary. 999 is his dial-in at the line. Neil Churchill out of Winfield. The Kawasaki out of the Woodpines RV Resort Black Label Apparel Camp. 970 the dial-in. And Fergie, he's going to get it. He was late on the tree, but he gets it at 10:13, 123 miles an hour for Don Fergan in the two-stroke Kawasaki. Moving on into round number 2. Next up, Burt Green, the 85 Suzuki out of Morinville here in the Napa Lane. 965 the dial-in, facing Adam Hetler out of Redcliffe. The Hayabusa over in your Summit Lane. 998. Well, Burt Green a little late on the tree, so I think Adam Heller's going to make him pay for it. And he does so. 10-14, 125 miles an hour for Adam moving into round number 2. We'll face Don Ferguson, excuse me, in round 2. That would be quarterfinals in Superbike. Next pair up, Dave Hoth in from Medicine Hat, the 87 Kawasaki Ninja in the Mutual Propane Word-Out box over in your Summit Lane. Zoe Priestley out of Calgary, the 2006 Yamaha here in the Napa Lane, 1073 on the board. Zoe will go first. Dave will have to run her down. Well, you can see the start line advantage of a drag bike with a wheelie bar. And it's going to show in Dave Toth, 877, 134 miles an hour, get away with a 14 light. Zoe, a little late on the tree, went through at 11, 12, 127 miles an hour. The drag bike has the advantage on the start line. There's no doubt about it. So Dave Toth off to the quarterfinals. Phil Regular out of Airdrie, the 89 Suzuki here in the Napa Lane. 1030 is the dial-in facing Devin Burden. Down from Fort McMurray, I do believe. 808 is the dial-in in his Suzuki. Over in your Summit Lane. Good drag race, but that's going to Phil Regular. 10:42 at 123 miles an hour. Devin Burden breaks out 0:32 at the top end. Well, we get into Hot Twin. This is street legal class for American and metric twin cylinder production bikes, Hot Twin. And Bruce Romack in from Port St. John. He is your number 1 qualifier, and he gets the lucky bye run in round number 1. So he'll move right on into the quarterfinals. All right, Super Street, please roll your way into the top end of the lanes, please. Super Street, you can roll your way into the lanes, please. Super Street, quarterfinals. Oh, excuse me, semifinals. Super Street semifinals, please roll your way into the top end of the lanes, please. So Tiffany Main out of Edmonton here in the Napa Lane. JM's out of Leduc over in your Summit Lane. Jay's got a dial at a 1292. Tiffany here at 1150 in the near lane. Well, Jay getting a bit of an advantage at the tree over Tiffany. Let's see if makes her pay for that. No, Tiffany taking to the top end, 1151, 104 miles an hour on the 1150 dial. So outran JM's. Good for Tiffany. She'll be back for quarterfinals. Next in, Jeremy Loft out of Red Deer. Currently got the number 1 on the plate. 1260 is the dial in the Napa Lane. Len Sturr out of Wetaskiwin in the Harley Davidson. 1259. That's just about a heads up drag race, I'd say, right there. And it's going to go to the stripe. And it is going to be Jeremy Loft. 12:85, 101 miles per hour for Jeremy Loft here in the Napa lane. And moving on into the quarterfinals. Next up, Steve Brownlee, 83 Yamaha out of Calgary. 12:09 is the dial, facing Joey Baker. He's got the Road Glide over there out of Stony Plain. 12:83 in the Summit lane. That's going to go to Steve Brownlee, 12:89, 102 miles an hour for Steve Brownlee. That was a good drag race. But Brownlee moving on in to see Bruce Romack in the quarterfinals. And Logan Boyce out of Calgary. Facing Mr. Shear. And that's going to go to Shear, 12:74 at 95 miles an hour. And gets the bye run and gets to hop right into the semifinal as it gets the bye in the quarterfinals. Next up, Greg Berry. This is Pro Extreme out of Whitecourt here in your Napa lane. Jeff Petrie down from Yellowknife, the 07 Suzuki. Over in your Summit lane. Greg Berry, a little newer, 2013 Suzuki Hayabusa in this lane, in the Napa lane. Pro Extreme semifinals. Winner going to the final. Oh, Greg Berry, trouble at the start line. Did not work for him. Have he launched? So Jeff Petrie going to run down to the top end. He's not even under full power. And the Quality Trophies Pro Extreme. So Jeff Petrie coasted down through a 1280, but moving into the final. So Glenn Fraser getting a single as Walter Dwelsdorf blew his bike up on Friday night in qualifying. Yeah, he did qualify, but not able to make the call as the motor just went kaplooey. And yeah, unable to make the call here on Sunday. So Glenn Fraser going to get the single in his 2018 Suzuki and move on right into the final. And the Quality Trophies Pro Extreme. Quarter mile records for these bikes, 6:59 at 206 miles per hour. Both those set some time ago in Medicine Hat. Haven't been 2011 for the mile per hour and 2014 for the ET. So it's been quite some time. So it looks like Super Street is in the lanes. So next up, Stock, Super Stock. You can make your way towards the lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock. Make your way to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Stock. Round number 2.
Hey, we got another two-seater run.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead there. Two-seaters out there.
Yeah, you bet you. If you want to feel the need for speed, get on over to the concession in the pits, right across the road from them. You'll find this beautiful dragster. If you want to get in it, it's going to cost you $200, but you never get a better feeling ever, I promise you, than being in the front. The guy in the black helmet's the passenger. The guy in the white is the pilot. He's been averaging around 119, 120 miles an hour on each pass. Hey, look at that. How about 120 miles an hour at 8.8? Nicely done. Boy, he got his money's worth on that one, Ro.
Yeah, we've been watching that thing for a long time, and I wonder myself, would I do that? Get into a dragster in the front seat with a steering wheel that does not do anything?
You know, the way my luck runs, though, it'll probably end up with a flat tire or something. I just know it. It's kind of one of them deals, right?
I guess it's no different than getting on a roller coaster or some other kind of fun ride.
Same thing. If you're an adrenaline junkie, this is kind of one of the things you want to get done, put on your bucket list. Say that you've done it, and that's to go down a quarter mile and a whole lot of horsepower to get you down to the end. If you want to do it, it's $200. Again, get down to the pits so you can see them down there and talk to the pit crew and the driver. They'll get you all signed up, get you suited up because you wear the same suit they do, and you're fully engaged in a robot like your ROPS, and of course you got your helmet and everything else, and you get all the instructions necessary that you're not allowed to scream going down the track.
Oh, they scream, don't you worry.
I could imagine. Guys, if you want to get your mother-in-law back, put her in that car. Put $200 up, make her a happy woman.
All right, the street class is about to come up. They're just gathering up some of the double classers here in the lane. So CMDRA Bike Street is about to roll in. And it is the Southland Power Sports Street class. It's an ET class for all street motorcycles. Adam Heller's kind of had a stranglehold on this class for some time now. Champ in 20, 21, and 22. And he is your number 1 qualifier today in street as well. So the first pair in street. Mark Hall in from Canmore in his Honda. 1169 the dial in here in the Napa lane. Marie Leclerc. She in from Morinville. 2022 Kawasaki. 1180 on the dial in. All right, ready to go. Marie over in your Summit lane. Mark here in the Napa lane. Southland Power Sports Street Class. All part of the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association points race this weekend during Rocky Mountain Nationals. Oh, getting the front end up for Mark Hall. He handled it, brought it back down. But it is going to go to Marie Leclerc on 11.91, 114 miles an hour. Had a good launch. Mark Hall, he got it right up there. But he got it back down again. So Leclerc going on to the next round into the quarterfinals. Next pair up, Zoe Presley out of Calgary, the 2006 Yamaha 1073 the dial-in, facing Adam Hetler, the current champ. The Suzuki Hayabusa here in the Napa lane, 998 was his dial-in. Had the advantage at the tree and is going to take it at the stripe. 10-16, 125 miles an hour. So Adam Hetler moving on into quarterfinals. Next up, JM's right here from Leduc. The Hartley Nightster over in the Summit Lane. 1305 on the board. Neil Churchill in from Winfield. A 2008 1000cc something. Didn't tell me what bike it is. 970 is the dial in here in the Napa Lane. Oh, Neil, big time red light, my friend. Way too soon. So JM's taking it, moving on the foul as Neil got away way too soon. Next in, Bruce Romack, again out of Fort St. John, doubled up in his classes. 13 flat here in the Napa Lane, facing Devin Burden out of Fort McMurray, the 08 Suzuki. In your Summit Lane, 1099 the dial-in. So Devin's going to do the chasing. Bruce is going to get away on him here a little bit. Tension in the pit area. Reed Hall and Al Quigley. Reed Hall and Al Quigley. Trophy presentation is the winner's circle. If you can make your way over there, please, in about 5 or 10 minutes. Reed Holland, Al Quigley, make your way over to the winner's circle in about 5 or 10 minutes. That'd be great. Tiffany Main, a Harley lowrider here in the Napa Lane. 1144 the dial-in, facing Logan Boys out of Calgary. The Harley 2022 version over there in the Summit Lane. 1325 the dial-in. Bruce Romack took his run against Burden, moving on into quarterfinals. Logan Boys takes this one 1340, 92 miles an hour, a little better on the tree. Tiffany went through it at 1151. So Boys moving on. Final pair, Steve Brownlee, the Yamaha to Calgary over in the Summit Lane, 1290 the dial-in, facing Jay Dudley here out of Calgary as well, the 05 Yamaha. 10:05 on the board, so he'll do the chasing. Super Comp, I believe, is up next. Super Comp, come on in, please. Super Comp. Super Gas, you're on deck. You can make your way in as well. Super Comp, come on in. Super Gas, you can make your way in as well. Super Comp.
Jay Dudley took it with a 10-13, 128 miles an hour to move him up the ladder.
Dudley, did he get that? He got that. All right. Sets up our quarterfinals in the street category. All right, we're back to the cars. Super Street coming right in.
Jason Kendall out of Brooks. A Ford Thunderbird 1986 in the summer lane with 11:10 dial in. Joy Duke out of Grand Prairie at 70 Dodge Dart with 11:10. This is the Super Street class, the top end of it. Hey, this is in the semifinals is where we are right now with this class. So you get one more last chance to take it home. Good at the light. Jason was a little bit faster at the tree. And Jason Kendall takes it with 11:15, 137 miles an hour. And he goes in to the final. And between these two, we'll determine the next one that Jason's going to be running against. Darren Pierce out of Brandon, Manitoba. Mercury half ton, 1967, dialed in 11:10. And Krista Dryden out of Stettler. Index is 11:10. So they're both equal, and they're going to start off the tree at the same time. Darren Pierce takes it with 11:11, 117 miles an hour, and they'll move into the finals. Looks like a bye on this one.
Well, Clarence Bidniak does have the bye on this one.
He looks like he's ready to go. Clarence Bidniak out of Edmonton. A 70 Plymouth Roadrunner. His index is 1082. He gets a bye into the semifinals, or into the finals, rather. Let's see who's going to move in with him. We're getting, nice takeoff. A little bit light in the front end, but he got it under control, and he makes it down the track. At 11:08, 96 miles an hour to move him into the finals. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Rocky Mountain Nationals. It's been a great weekend. We're down to the crunch for the finals now. In the stock, super stock, Norm LaPointe out of Sherwood Park in the 07 Chevy Cobalt with an index of 993 alongside him in the Napa lane. Ed Matakowski out of Sherwood Park, Chevy Nova, 1972. His index 1199. Now it's up to him to catch him. So Ed's going to take the win at 12:03, 103 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Norm LaPointe broke out, got a red light.
Fouled out right off the top.
That kind of hurts when you're looking at the speed difference. So we've got our two for the finals now.
I think we got Super Comp final coming in. I hope it's there. should be Super Comp Final and Super Gas Semifinal coming into the lanes.
Orin Building Maintenance and Rentals is a family-owned and operated business servicing Edmonton and surrounding areas since 1996. Cleaning equipment, rentals, commercial, industrial, janitorial service, window cleaning, carpet cleaning, and floor restoration, and more. Call Orin today at 780-440-0136 for your free cleaning estimate and your equipment demo.
Okay.
Looks like we have a bye for this run.
I thought Mayor was the winner of that last. Middle of the. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep everybody confused.
We're going to do.
This is a test.
The driver wants to do a test. I guess he did some adjustments. He want to make sure everything is okay before he makes his run, and that will be for the finals.
No, he's not here for the finals. He's just testing.
At 9:32, 160 miles an hour in the summit lane. In the summit lane, we got Greg McLennan out of Spruce Grove with 67. Plymouth Barracuda with an index of 1010. Dale Dryden in Napa lane out of Stettler, Corvette Roadster in 1957. These are going to take off equally off the tree.
Do we have Super Comp Final? Nobody's talking, so I don't.
The semi-final. Oh, that didn't sound good. But he's going to level out and get going. Dale Dryden took it with a 10:34, 126 miles an hour. Dennis White out of Brandon, Manitoba, 67.
Top Sportsman, please, to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman semifinal. Make your way into the lanes. Top Dragster. We need you right behind him. The ASP, please.
Running the same bracket, 10-10. He gets a bye. Into the final. Super Gas is where we're at. Little bit of a pop at the front end. At 10:08, 141 miles an hour. Out of the summit lane, Murray Hulker out of Medicine Hat.
Yeah, just give me a second, guys. Super Comp final. Murray Hawker in from Medicine Hat. Len Mayer from Bakerville. This is your final for 9-10 Index Super Comp. Hawker over in your Summit lane. Mayer here in the Napa lane. Top Sportsman, please, to the lanes. Top Dragster right behind, please. Top Sportsman, semifinal. Top Dragster, we need you in the lanes right behind him, please. So, Super Comp final. Who's going to take the Wally home today? Murray Hawker or Len Mayer? Which one is it going to be?
So this one's for the crown, then?
This one's for the Sunday Championship.
Yeah, you bet.
Super Comp and the Wally. We'll be doing trophy presentations in the winner's circle just over on the south side of the track by the white trailer over just east of the grandstand there. Well, Mayer's got control of this right now. Let's see what happens towards the top end. Oh, and a breakout for Murray Hawker. So Len Mayer getting it a 9:17 at 149. And Murray Hawker breaks out 26 at the top end. That's a 9:07 on the 9:10 dial. That wasn't going to work. So Len Mayer, your champ on Sunday in Super Comp.
Make your day. Grad birthday and any special day in memory with a perfect getaway car. Canadian Classic Car Rentals. We have all the guests turning heads as their classic provided the perfect photo op. A classic for every occasion. Check them out at CanadianClassicCarRentals.com.
All right, top Sportsman semifinals. Jan Christensen. Former Skillman Pro Stock 2016 Camaro out of Langley, British Columbia. 735 is the dial in here in the Napa lane, facing that very, very quick, high-powered, high-speed Alan Hebert out of Selkirk, Manitoba, the 68 Camaro. The Big Block Auto and Farm Supply and Lucas Oil supported. 672 the dial in for Alan. This thing is wicked fast. One of them off to the final. Who's it going to be? Christensen will leave first. Hebert will have to run him down, try to get around him. Top Dragster, second call for you. Top Dragster, second call in the lanes, please. Top Dragster. That is going to go to Jan Christensen. How about a 737, 183 miles an hour? Alan Hebert breaks out. He does a 670 on a 672 dial. He ran it out the top end because he was a little later than Christensen on the tree. So Jan is in the final. Next up, Pat McNally, his 2021 Camaro, quality fast food sponsored, 710 the dial-in, facing Caleb Menzel's Hemi-powered 70 Plymouth Barracuda. 840 the dial-in for Menzel here in the Napa lane. Oh, Caleb goes red light, did not get it set up. Pat McNally is going to have an automatic hop into the final as Caleb Menzel just did not get it all working right for himself there. So McNally, 706, 193 as Menzel goes red light on the tree. All right, Pro Modified. Please to the lanes for round number 2. Pro Modified, please to the lanes for round 2. Pro Fuel Bike, please fall in behind. Pro Fuel Bike, please fall in behind. Pro Mod to the lanes. Pro Fuel Bike right in behind, please. All right, Mike Barron. 711 he's got up on the board over in your Summit lane. Justin Dehaniak. 808 he's got on the board here in the Napa lane. 1990 Ed K Dragster. It's been around for a while, obviously. 1990 Dragster. Still very competitive. It's been through a few drivers out here at Rad Torque Raceway. Kind of changed hands over the years. And there's always been some really good success in this little car. And Justin, he's making it, he's doing it justice. 808 on the board to Mike Barron, 711. Oh, and Barron outruns him. 7:14 at 188. Oh, Justin Dahoniak breaks out. He goes 006 too quick. He had him on the tree. He had it all over, but he ran it out the top end with an 807 on the 808 dial. So Mike Barron moving on into quarterfinals. Eric Crooks, he's here in the Napa Lane. Made his way in from Brandon, Manitoba. 7:51 the dial and facing Mark Bold up from Red Deer. Mark's got it dialed at a 770 over in the Summit Lane. 2008 Mullis chassis dragster versus a 2007 Don Davis chassis dragster. Good looking car. Pretty cool flame job on that car. Mark Bold goes 2 red. Oh, man, that's tough. 002 red light. But Eric Crooks, a 003 tree. He was solid too, but Mark Bold red light on the tree gives Crooks the opportunity, and he's moving on to the quarterfinals. Red Deer's Dean Bentonson. He's got the dragster in your Summit Lane, 795 the dial-in. Dave Senyo, he's from around here. Right here in the Napa Lane, 754. Second call, Pro Modified and Pro Fuel Bike, please. Second call, Pro Modified and Pro Fuel Bike, please. Dean goes 28 red light. So, Dave Senyo moving on to the next round as Dean Benson still trying to figure the dragster out. It's brand new to him, so he's got some work to do there. 028 red light. And how about an 022 breakout at the top end? So he'll work it out. He'll figure it out. Dean's a really good drag racer. So Dave Senyo moving on to the quarterfinals. Next in, Jesse Vanderweer. He's here in the Napa Lane. 745 is the dial in the heavy metal equipment and rentals dragster. Andy Shoy up from Calgary. Unlimited Performance sponsored. 759 is the dial in. Over in your Summit Lane. Winner of this pair gets a bye run in the quarterfinals. So the winner hopping straight into the semi. And it is going to be Andy Shoy, 760 with a 476 miles an hour as Vanderveer 001 breakout at the top end. Just a tad too fast. So Andy Shoy moving on. Gets a bye run in the quarterfinals. Well, yesterday's Wally winner, Saturday champ, Mike Crozier. To do a double up on the weekend, you first got to get through round one. Well, he did that with Jenna Michaud, and he has the lucky bye in round number 2. So he's straight off to the quarterfinals. Working on lucky thing number 2 here to get through to a double up on the weekend. So far, everything's working quite well for Mike Crozier. The Outlaw Addiction Racing team. .738 with a 1 on the 738 dial. They got that thing on kill. We'll see him in the quarterfinals.
If you haven't bought your 50-50 ticket now, I recommend that you do. This is the last call for the 50-50. The Rotary Club of Leduc Nisku is the ones putting all the effort in to have all weekend. We want to thank them for being with us at the Rocky Mountain Nationals. They brought a whole lot of money, a whole lot of smiles to a whole lot of people in the wins. Rome and I were trying to figure it out. I think we, over the course of the weekend, probably close to $28,000, somewhere around there. Total pot, somewhere around there. Of course, split on Friday night was a little bit less because of the number of people, but Saturday was killer. both times we were here in the morning, then I come back at the pro show that night, and I think I give away over $7,000. So it was amazing. But I give a big shout out to the Rotary Club. Put your hand up, they'll come and find you.
Tension in the pit area. Tension in the pit area. Last night's semifinalists. Checks are ready here up in the tower, so come on up and get them. All classes. Last night semifinalists. Come on up and get them.
Key Ag Kubota Leduc is your farm equipment, construction equipment, mowers, and UTV dealer in Leduc. We provide sales, service, parts, and financing. Our vision is to be number one with our customers by providing the best products and service in the industry, empowering our employees through training and product knowledge. Visit Key Ag Kubota Leduc.
All right, we've got semi-final action pro modified. The West Coast Pro Mod, Steve Horn out of Burnaby, British Columbia. He's got the 41 Willys over in your Summit lane. Kelowna, British Columbia's J.R. Lazick. He's got the 57 Chevy, the Bunker Junker here in the Napa lane. This is going to be a battle between these two. Now, J.R. Lazick last week over Door Wars. 16 cars, I heard, showed up for Door Wars this year, so full field. And no less than Justin Bond and Caleb Abelushi showed up with the Bahrain 1 Pro Modifieds out there in Mission, British Columbia last week. Well, Justin Bond, it's his local track. And Caleb, that's their second year that the Bahrain 1 cars have been there. And Justin Bond and J.R. Lazick down to the final. And Justin got him on the final. So a pretty tight race all around. So JR is looking for a little redemption. He wants to move on and try to get a win here today. But Steve Horn, you know, they just put this 41 Willys back together again. I think this is the second race event of the season for it, maybe third if that. And, oh, it's a beautiful looking car. And Steve's really getting the handle of being back in the Willys and getting down track. And this thing has been fast. So, what am I saying? It's going to be a tough one. These two are going to be battling it out. Let's see what happens. Who's going to go on to the final? Steve Horn, J.R. Lazick, we're ready to go. Who's going to move on to the final? Well, I can tell you, Steve Horn would love to get into a final here at the Rocky Mountain Nationals, and so would J.R. Lazick. These two guys are going to be hungry. Place your bets. Oh, he double bulbs him. There we go. J.R. Lazick, 388, 192. How about a 049 tree to Steve Horn's 045? Steve Horn to 394 at 185 miles an hour, but Lazick 388 off to the final. For the Bunker Junker 57 Chevy, your next pair, Tony Moretto, right here out of Spruce Grove, the 55 Chevy Bel Air over in your Summit Lane. Good-looking car. Love to see that car back. Moretto back in the program. And Mike Gonziola, beautiful 2016 Corvette. All sorts of nitrous and cubic inch in that car out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. He was your number one qualifier with a 385 last night. So, hey, let's... Actually, I think he laid that down Friday night, if I remember correctly. My memory is short term, you know. Lots going on around here.
It's a part of getting old.
It is part of getting old and too much racing in 3 days. So Tony Moretto, Mike Gonziola, one of them going to go on to see J.R. Lazick in the final for Pro Modified. All right, Pro, round number 2 for you, please, I guess. No, not round 3. Quarterfinals, please, for Pro. Quarterfinals for Pro, please, into the lanes. Pro, quarterfinals, come on in. Super Pro semifinal, you're on deck. Pro quarterfinals into the lanes. Super Pro semifinal, you're on deck. Oh, they both had to back out of it. Who's going to get there first? Mike Gonziola, 476. He pedaled it all the way through, a little pedal fest. He got the front end up into the air. Had to drop it down. Moretto has trouble too, but Gonzi got him. 476, 128 with a little bit of pedaling going on. Wild ride for both of those guys.
And they backed out kind of at the same time as well. Larry Menzel's got a shout out to his sponsors, The Block Shop, St. Albert Dodge, and Mar Plumbing, TL Wood Transport, and Striking Concrete. Special thank you to the Vanish Towing team for going over and above moving his car. Used 2 rigs, and they did it safely, and they did it with respect. There was no damage at all, so thank you very much Vintage Towing.
All right, Pro Fuel Bike. Quinn Olson's getting the bye run this round. He's got the lucky bye, going to make his way right into the final on Pro Fuel Bike. Out of Sherwood Park, 2004 Pro Fuel Harley Davidson. Al Miles, bike owner, and Quinn Olson riding it this weekend. He's got the lucky bye, going to do the single. We'll see how he puts down, what kind of run he has. See if he'll do a full pull. Little over to the left, but he's got a full pull in. 765, 162 miles an hour for Quinn Olson. And he is going to meet up in the final with the winner of this pair, Evan Barsness out of Sherwood Park over near Summit Lane. Dave Stickle in from British Columbia here in the Napa Lane. Well, I'm seeing one bike in the lane, so it looks to me like Evan Barsness unable to make the call. So Dave Stickle going to get a single as Barsness unable to make the call for the round. So Stickle, he's going to get a hop, skip, and jump straight into the final. On the mechanical from Barsness. So Dave Stickle, Quinn Olson final a little later on. Well, nitromethane's not always friendly, and that one lost a cylinder out of the two cylinders right off the top. Still went through a 995 at 151 miles an hour on a single cylinder, so lots of horsepower in these bikes. So Dave Stickle, Quinn Olson, your final later on in Pro Fuel Harley.
Our two-seaters back again. Another lucky contestant gets a chance to run down the quarter around 120 mile an hour mark. If you want to get in there and strap that on, I'll tell you what, it costs you $200, but it's well worth it. If you've got that on your bucket list, you can cross it off. But these guys have been doing a great job all weekend, taking a lot of these folks out for a trip. And the passenger wears the same fireproof coveralls, the whole enchilada. And there he goes. Averaging around 120 miles an hour in most cases.
137 miles an hour there. Well, 120 and a quarter. Yeah.
Hey, not too far off, but it's been averaging between 107. Oh, look at. Holy darn. At the 1,000-foot mark, he was doing 137 miles an hour. Then he backed it out in the quarter, but I'll tell you what, that's still an adrenaline rush. But don't forget, if you want to try it, $200. If you want to find them, if you go to the concession stand in the pits right across the road, you'll see the sign and the car. Go over and ask the question at least. See if it's going to fit what you want to do. But if you haven't a need for speed and an adrenaline junkie, I suggest you try it.
Attention in the pit area. Dan Koss. Dan, if you can hear me, go over to the winner's circle, please. Dan Koss, head on over to the winner's circle. Dan, if you hear me, head to the winner's circle. Pro quarterfinals. Lance Churchuk, Troy Dubé. Churchuk in the Plymouth Duster, 1970 version here in the Napa Lane, 1182 up on the board. Troy Dubé, 70 Dodge Dart, 1099 up on the board. Churchuk, current defending champion in the local pro category here at Rad Torque Raceway. Who's going on to the semifinal out of this pair? Couple of Mopars. Speaking of Mopar, August 22nd, Mopar Madness here at Rad Torque Raceway. Fantastic day of show cars. Beautiful show and shine for all the Mopar products, drag racing and everything all day. August 22nd. I apologize. I got the month wrong. July 22nd. Only a few weeks away for Mopar Madness. July 22nd. Don't listen to me my first time there. July 22nd for Mopar Madness, Saturday. Fantastic. All right, Lance Churchuk moving on, 1182 to 112 as Troy Dubé breaks out. Robert Kleinbeacom in the Dodge Challenger. Corey Newman in the Chevelle. Corey went red light. And Kleinbeacom he got pretty close to the center line there in his 12:06 89 mile an hour run. Corey Newman, red lit. So Kleinbeacom off to the quarterfinals. Nope, excuse me. This is quarterfinals. Off to the semifinals. I'll be all right. Next in, Ken Tolsdorf, the Dodge Dart, and Bailey Hebert, the Camaro. 10:30 the dial in for Bailey over in your Summit Lane. 10:04 here for Ken Tolsdorf in the Dodge Dart. That one's getting to the stripe. It's going to be Ken Tolsdorf as Bailey breaks out 0-1-2 at the top end. So how about Ken Tolsdorf? Dead 2 on his number. 10:04 with a 2 on the 10:04 dial in. Nicely done, Ken. And you're off to the semifinal. Peter Nguyen, he's got the lucky bye this round. He's moving right on into the semifinal as he had the bye run. 005 red. It's a good thing. Had the bye run. So Churchuk versus Tolsdorf in the semifinal, and Nguyen versus Klein Beacom in your pro semifinal coming up a little later. Super Pro semifinal. 4 cars left. Super Pro semifinal should be in lanes by now, I would think. Juniors. Junior Thunder final and Junior Lightning rerun, please. So that'll be Junior Lightning rerun and Junior Thunder final. You can make your way in. As we'll do the Junior Lightning final a little later in the program.
Greg McCullough in the Summit Lane, Spruce Grove. His dial-in is a 10-10. Kelsey Dufresne out of Grand Prairie is Chevy Camaro. 1983 in the Napa Lane. She dialed in at 855. Moving in to the finals.
Okay, sounds good.
A little bit squirrely at the front, but he got it under control. Kelsey Dufresne still took it with an 861, 162 miles an hour to move him in to the finals. Now, we're going to find out between these two. Pat Donahue out of Sheba Beach. 27 Ford Roadster. Jason Mercer out of Chestermere in the Napa Lane. 97 Chevy Corvette. He dialed in a 1069, where Pat dialed in an 899. So there'll be a difference on the tree that you're going to see. See with that roast, you're going to have to pedal real hard to get up to him. He wasn't able to make it. Jason Mercer with a 1076, 113 miles an hour.
Oh, is that what he said on his live stream? He didn't even go look at the racetrack, did he? No. Oh, yeah, I didn't pay any attention to write anything down there. Who was it?
Mercer took that one.
Dufresne and Mercer?
Yeah.
Sets up their final for Super Pro. Junior Thunder final. No, this is the final. Are they doing the Thunder first or Lightning first? Because we'll bring Lightning back for their final later. So Tristan,
We're coming into Junior Thunder. Brandon Peck in a Summit Lane. Carsland. Dialed in 905. Riker Dupre out of our Drawson. Junior Dragster with a 902. So you're not going to see a whole lot of change in how they take off the tree. This is the final. This is for all the marbles. And they both have had a solid weekend, getting them up into the finals. And all the goodies depends on this run.
I didn't pay any attention to one yesterday.
Brandon Peck in his Summit Lane. Rocky Dupree in the Napa Lane. Again, these are from the 6 to 11-year-olds. Then you get into Lightning, go from 12 to 17. So these youngsters know exactly what it takes to get down the track. And I would call them professional at what they do in the Junior Thunder. To get into the finals, of course, that means a whole lot to everybody. From the driver right up to mom and dad. Because they spent a lot of time with these drivers as well, educating them and how to get set up on the tree and all the other good things that have to come with it. What a reaction time record with a 29, 0029 on the reaction, and he takes the win. Riker Dupree at 899, 72 miles an hour. Good job, Riker. And Brandon Peck, you did a great job as well to get up into the finals.
This is the rerun.
This is the rerun in the Lightning. Lincoln Sherrick, Langley, BC in the Summit Lane, and Cole Caron out of High River with an 800 dial-in in the Napa lane. This is a rerun. Again, these drivers are from 12 to 17 years old, so they're going to get a little bit faster, get up to 70, 80 mile an hour range. One-cylinder engines, kind of modeled after a Briggs & Stratton engine, but it's a whole lot more to it. Lincoln Shrek and Cole Caron.
All right, bikes, please make your way into the lanes. Bikes, Super Gas, Super Bike, a Hot Twin, Pro Extreme Final, and Street. Please make your way into the lanes. Bikes, we need you in to get your next round in, please. Bikes, come on in.
They're moving in
I figured you guys already know that you got to come in behind the juniors. Oh, my. Okay, bikes, come on in, please. Make your way into the lanes.
Cole Caron moving on with an 8 flat with a 77 miles an hour.
Well, we're just getting set up for the CMDRA bike rounds right now. First up is Super Gas Final. And then we'll get into Superbike, their quarterfinals coming up. Hot Twin quarterfinals. Pro Extreme Final. And then Street quarterfinals. All coming into the lanes right now for you. So just bear with us. Hey, we've drawn a 50-50 ticket. Is this the winning pot? This is what they take home? All right, $2,610 to the winner here today. Get your 50-50 tickets out. Now, it's been a C all weekend. Is there anything else been sold other than a C? A few Ds, few. Okay, well, it's a C, so if you got a D ticket, sorry, guys. Yeah, it's been C all weekend. So it is a Charlie 406721. Check your tickets. Charlie 406721. $2,610. If you've got that ticket in your hand, head down to the Leduc Niski Rotary booth. It's right in behind the main grandstand, right by the beer booth. Because then you can walk right around the corner and grab yourself a beer at the same time.
And something to eat at the concessions.
Yeah, there's stuff down there.
And, of course, the souvenir trailer is open. You got whole room to spend a lot of money.
Good job, guys.
Big shout-out to the Rotary Club, Niski Leduc. And to collect your money, you got to go down to their tent, right behind the grandstand on the north side of the track. Global Power presents the 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals. A special partner, Vintage Towing, committed to lend a hand when you need it. Let Vintage handle all your towing and recovery needs. VintageTowingLot.com. Make sure you join us on Wednesday, August the 9th for the Midas Tire Auto Hot August Night. Catch the flame, smoke, burning rubber, and speed of 300 miles an hour at Rad Torque Raceway. Your full night of drag race and jet cars fireworks brought to you by Midas. Trust your local Midas store for total care, including brake repair, oil changes, tires, service, mufflers, and exhausts. For all your auto repair needs, visit Midas.com. Got a question for you. These the jumpsuits these guys are wearing, what are they rated for as far as temperature? The bikes, yeah. Like the leathers, yeah. Or even on the car side. Yeah, full leather suit. Hot, and of course, you definitely want to test it out. You don't want to test it out.
Yeah, you'd rather have that than your skin, I guess, on the racetrack at the time. So here's your Super Gas Final. Matthew Price out of Penhold, Alberta. He's over in your Summit Lane. Jeff Petrie down from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Here's here in the Napa Lane. Pito Productions Super Gas 970 Index. This is your final for all the bells and whistles in the Pito Productions Super Gas. Petrie's got top bulb on. Now Matthew Price does. We're ready to go. Matthew Price fighting it off the left-hand wall. Got it back in shape, but I think he's behind. Yes, he is. 986, 124 miles an hour for Jeff Petrie, your winner here for the Rocky Mountain Nationals in CMDRA Peter Productions Super Gas.
Boy, he had a nice recovery against that wall on the left side.
Well, Matthew Price, he was way over there right on the wall. He got it back, though, but 986, 124 for your winner, Jeff Petrie.
In a Summit Lane, you got Adam Hitler out of Red Cliff. I know that's not, I killed that one. He dialed in a 998. And Don freaking out of Calgary, 73 Kawasaki. Yeah, how are you beer on that one, Adam?
You know, Adam's the current, he's just all over this class in Superbike. The Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike. And he is going to run up against Don Fergan out of Calgary, the 1005 in the Kawasaki Triple Two-Stroker. The chainsaw, as Don affectionately calls it, here in the Napa Lane. And Adam Hetler, 998, is the dial-in for the Hayabusa. Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike quarterfinals. That is going to go to Adam Hetler. It goes through to 10:15 at 120 miles an hour. He was way better on the tree. Don Fergan late getting off. So Hetler off to the semifinal. Next in, Nicole Kidd out of Edmonton here. The 85 Suzuki, the pink mean machine here. 9:15 is the dial in here in the Napa Lane. Dave Toth up from Medicine Hat. The Ninja. 8:65 is the dial in over in your Summit Lane. Now, the winner of this round gets a bye in the semifinal, so the winner of this pair is going right to the final.
If anybody left their credit card in one of the machines, might want to check. It's CIBC Visa card. Not going to give you the name on the card. You got to tell me that and prove it when you come up here. But if you don't claim it, we're going to have something to eat after we finish this.
Beer. I told you, beer.
And a couple of beer. Yeah, we're going to do that. So don't be in a rush to get up here. You got till 7 o'clock.
All weekend I've been working on you. Beer.
Yes, I'm starting to wear down.
Credit cards show up here. It's beer. All right, here we go. Nicole Kidd, Dave Toth. How about identical reaction times? It's going to the stripe, this one. Oh, Nicole breaks out. Oh, she had him, I think, but she had to run it out the top end. Dave Toth going to take it and going right on to the final. He gets the bye in the semifinal. Nicole was so close, but breaks out 1-2-8 at the top end, ran it out too much.
And you couldn't break out too fast because you at 140 and 142 miles an hour, there's not a whole lot of difference between the two of them.
So Zach Toth didn't make the first round, so Phil Regular is going to get a single this time around as Toth not able to make the call. So Regular moving right on into the semifinal as he's getting a single. He'll meet up with Hetler in the semifinal with Superbike a little later on. Very nice reaction time for Phil Regular. 069 goes through 1039 and 123 on the 1035 dial. He's all set to come on back.
In the Summit Lane, you got Steve Brownlee out of Calgary, 83 Yamaha. Bruce Romick out of Fort St. John on a 16 Vegas. Steve's coming in at a 1288. Bruce is coming in at 1300, a 1300. You can see a little bit of difference at the tree, but not a whole lot. Yeah, you bet your Brad Shear got it out of Cochrane. Bruce Romack, sorry. A 1229, 98 miles an hour. Brad Shear out of Cochrane gets the buy run. 2006 Harley V-Rod. Dial in at 1248 in the Napa lane. I've always wanted to use somebody else's credit card. Just go kind of haywire.
Beer.
Yeah. Think Molson's.
What's the name? Well, that's going to go to Tiffany Main over Jerry Loft in that hot twin run right there. 11:54 for Tiffany Main. Moving on and going to get a bye run in the semifinal. So Tiffany off to the final today in hot twin. Good for her. Tiffany Main making it over Jeremy Loft. Next in, this is Pro Extreme. This is your final for Jeff Petrie and Glenn Fraser. Fraser in the Suzuki over in your Summit lane. Petrie here in the Suzuki in your Napa lane. Down from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. He made the long haul down. Glenn Fraser here from Edmonton. Yeah, and double biking up here. So the Quality Trophies Pro Extreme final for you here today. The fast guys. Glenn Fraser, Jeff Petrie. Fraser, Summit lane. Petrie here in the Napa lane. Your final. Glenn Fraser running away, 770, 462 miles an hour. Jeff Petrie just could not get the bike under him, and that wasn't going to work. So 774, 162 for Glenn Fraser, your winner in Quality Trophies Pro Extreme. All right, the street class coming in. They're going to set themselves up. Southland Power Sports Street coming right up, quarterfinals. Marie Leclerc in from Mortonville to 2022 Kawasaki over in your Summit Lane. 1185 dialed in. Jay Dudley made his way up from Calgary, the 05 Yamaha. 1007. We'll do the chasing. Marie will get out first for your Southland Power Sports Street class. Quarterfinals. Well, Jay's got the advantage on the tree. See what happens at the top end. Oh, yes, sir. 1034. 124 miles an hour for Jay Dudley. Marie breaks out of the top end, 097. And a little late on the tree. So Jay Dudley off to the semifinal. Next in, Adam Hetler. The Suzuki Hayabusa out of Red Cliff here in the Napa Lane. 996 the dial facing JMs out of Leduc here. The Nightster, Harley Davidson, 1305 over in your Summit Lane. The winner of this pair getting a bye run in the semi. So the winner here goes right to the final. And who's it going to be? I got my money on Adam Hetler. That guy, he really is good at this. And he does it. Not 10:02, 134 miles an hour for Adam Hetler. 082 reaction time. Adam's off to a final in street today. Next pair up, Logan Boys up from Calgary. His Harley Davidson over in your Summit Lane, 1305, facing Fort St. John's, Bruce Romack. 13 flat for Bruce. He's been riding that number all day. No point changing it, I guess. The winner here is going to go on to see Dudley in the semifinal. All right, for cars, we need Super Street final, Super Stock final, Super Gas final, and Top Sportsman final in the lanes, please. Bruce Romack. Yeah, go ahead.
Bruce Romack. He pulled it out with a 1319 with an 86 miles an hour. A good reaction time. He takes the win to go to the semifinals.
So once again, please, in the pit area, Super Street final, Super Stock final, Super Gas final, and Top Sportsman final, please, to the lanes.
He finished that run off with 121 miles an hour with an 890. That's the two-seater. Again, if you want, we're getting down to the final strokes here in our Saturday performance. And this is the last day of 3. If you want to get over there and try it, it's going to cost you $200. Put it on the table. It'll suit you up, get your helmet on, give you some instructions, tell you not to yell too much, and don't catch any bugs in your teeth. But if you have a need for speed, you have a bucket list, and this is on it, this is a good time to take it off. Fueling racers, athletes, musicians, and fans. Monster Energy produces a variety of energy drinks, brewed coffee, hydrating sport drinks, juices, and teas. Unleash the beast. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Grab your favorite Monster drink from our concessions. And, of course, they're open in the back behind the bleachers on the north side. And, of course, we got another vendor on the other side. And we got the souvenir tents open. We got a whole lot of things going on. You can go over the pits. I'm not sure how many hero cards they're going to have left, but if you collect them, you can do that as well. It's called Buttered Chicken on the south side, so if that's something you like, from what I understand, everybody's enjoying that food over there. So if you want buttered chicken, get on over to the south side of the track. It's right out by the bleachers, on the east side of the bleachers, right beside the winner's circle. So if you're hungry, that's the place to go. For everybody wondering what the heck happened there, that was just a test. That's why we didn't do a whole lot on that one. Just running a test to make sure everything is running okay.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Saturday winners and Saturday runner-ups. Can you please go to the winner's circle? Over on the return road, please. Saturday winners, Saturday runner-up. Please make your way over to the winner's circle for trophy presentations, please. Saturday winners and Saturday runner-up. All right, we got your stock, super stock final on the weekend. Clarence Bidniak out of Edmonton, his 70 Plymouth Roadrunner B stock automatic, 1084. He's got on the dial in. Ed Medajewski out of Sherwood Park, the 72 Chevy Nova H stock automatic. He's got 1203 on the dial in. This is your stock, super stock final on the weekend. Well, Clarence is a little in charge at the moment. We'll see how this turns out way down at the top end. Ed Medajewski's tough. Oh, he breaks out. Clarence Bidniak, your winner, 1085, 115 miles an hour. As Ed Medajewski breaks out of the top end. So 6th margin of victory for Bidniak. Congratulations, Clarence, on your Rocky Mountain Nationals stock, super stock win. Next up, your Super Street final. Brooks, Alberta's Jason Kendall, the 86 Thunderbird here in the Napa Lane. Brandon, Manitoba's Darren Pierce, the 67 Mercury half-ton pickup truck. He's over in your Summit Lane. This is Super Street 1110 Index. And this is the final. And that's going to the stripe, and it's going to go to Darren Pierce. How about right on the number, 1110 with a 9 on the index. As Kendall breaks out 003 at the top end, Darren Pierce, your winner in Super Street. Nice run. Super Gas, Dennis White, Dale Dryden. Dryden in the 57 Corvette Roadster out of Stettler. White, the 69, or actually the 2003 Camaro out of Brandon, Manitoba. Super Gas, 1010 Index. Oh, Dale Dryden late. That's very, very, very out of character for Dale Dryden. Where's it going? He breaks out. Oh, dead 5 on the number for Dennis White. Nice finish for him. Dennis White, your winner in Super Gas on a great 10-10 with a 5, 38 on the tree. So Dennis White, your champ in Super Gas. Top Sportsman final. Pat McNally, the 2021 Camaro, over in your Summit Lane. The Quality Fast Foods. Good-looking Camaro. 706 is his dial-in. Facing Langley, British Columbia's Jan Christensen. The 2016 Camaro. 736 the dial-in. Ex-Pro Stock Skillman car. Turned into a Top Sportsman, 736 to a 706. Christensen's going to get out slightly on Pat McNally. Top Sportsman final. Top Dragster, please, in the lanes. Top Dragster in the lanes for your quarterfinal, please. Top Dragster in the lanes for your quarterfinal. And then pro semifinal right behind that, please. Pro semifinal right in behind. So top dragster quarterfinals, please, and pro semifinal in the lanes, please. McNally Christensen, top sportsman. These are the fast door car guys on the weekend. Outside, basically just under pro modified, really, for top sportsman as far as door cars. Here we go. Oh, McNally goes red light, 019 red, gives it right over to Jan Christensen. And he had a 005 reaction. How about dead 6 on his number? How about a final 11 package for Jan Christensen? How about that? 736 with a 6 and 005 on the tree. That is an 11 package for Jan Christensen. Wow, what a way to win it. Even if it was McNally's red light that did it for him. Fantastic run for Jan Christensen for top sportsman. So top dragster, please. Your quarterfinals in here, and then right behind that, pro semifinal. Come on into the lanes, please. Then you'll have super pro final right behind that. And then junior final. That's how the run order is going to be. You guys can hear that. Top dragster, quarterfinals, please. Pro semifinals, super pro final, and then junior lightning final. That is going to be our run order here for the next little bit. And we'll be right back at it shortly. All right, pro to the lanes, please. Pro semifinal to the lanes, please. Super pro final, you can make your way in as well. Pro semifinal to the lanes and super pro final, you can make your way in. And then we'll have the junior lightning final. That's how it goes. Top dragsters here. Top dragster, we've got 2 pairs and a bye run. Cody Shoy on the bye. Oh, excuse me, Andy Shoy. Forgot Cody's not racing right now. Andy Shoy on the bye run this round. He's going hopping into the semifinal. Mike Crozer, yesterday's ultimate winner, is going to face Dave Senyo. That's going to be a tough race. See if you can get through step number 3 on the double up plan today for Mike Crozer. Get past Dave Senyo. Crooks and Barron got to fight it out, and the winner of that pair goes right to the final as they get a bye in the semifinal. And that's this pair right here. Brandon, Manitoba's Eric Crooks. He's here in the Napa lane, 748 on the board, facing Edmonton's Mike Barron, 713 over in your Summit lane. Winner right to the final. Well, nothing decided at the stripe. It's about the same at the lights. It's going all the way down. It's Eric Crooks making it into the final with a 748 with an 8 on the 748 dial. So dead 8 on his number, 20 on the tree. Eric Crooks off to the final in Top Dragster here today as he gets a bye run in the semi. The next tough pair, Mike Crozer, yesterday's trophy winner, 738 the dial in the Dragster in your Summit lane. Dave Senyo here in the Napa lane, 756 on the board. Would love to carry on. Mike would like to double up this weekend. He's on plan step number 3 here right now. Try to move on past Dave Senyo. Let's see what happens for the Outlaw Addiction team. Again, nothing to decide at the tree. It's about even. It's going to go to the stripe. That is to Mike Crozer on the double breakout. 737, 182. Step 3 completed for the double up this weekend in Top Dragster. And Mike Crozer off to the semifinal. And Andy Shoy right here. He's got the lucky bye run this round. He's going to meet Mike Crozer in the semifinal, decide who's going to go on to the final to see Mr. Crooks. A little later on this afternoon, that sets up everything for Top Dragster for you. Ooh, just slightly under a 760 with a 5 on the 761 dial for Andy Shoy. That's okay. He'll figure those numbers out as he comes back a little later on against Mike Crozer. Pro. Pro semifinal, Lance Churchuk, the Plymouth Duster, Ken Dolsdorf in the Dodge Dart over near Summit Lane, 10:04 to 11:82. Winners off to the final, of course. That is going to go to Ken Dolsdorf, 10:06, 125 miles an hour on the 10:04 dial. Lance Churchuk breaks out 0:45 at the top end, goes too quick. Dolsdorf off to the final. Next in, Peter Nguyen, the 74 Duster, 10:63 in the Summit Lane against Robert Kleinbeacom, the 09 Challenger, 10:75 here in the Napa Lane. A little advantage on the tree for Nguyen, and he takes it. 10:64, 121 miles an hour, off to the final against Ken Dolsdorf for Peter Nguyen. So we'll see them a little later on for their final for Pro.
We got another trip down the Raceway in that two-seater. Last time they averaged around, I think it was 127 miles an hour. We're getting down to the final minutes. If you want to give this a try, check it off your bucket list. Now is the time to do it. Get over on the other side of the concession in the pits. You'll see the pit crew and the driver over there. They'll sign you up, get you in that retardant suit with a helmet, and you're gone. See what he does.
So Super Pro final, please, in the lanes, and Junior Lightning final. We need you in here, please. Super Pro final and Junior Lightning final.
132 at 1,000. But the quarter ET at 9:05 at 114 miles an hour.
All right, Super Pro final. Kelsey Dufresne, the 83 Camaro over in your Summit Lane. 8:55 is the dial-in. Jason Mercer. He's up from Chestermere outside of Calgary, the 97 Corvette. 10:67 for Jason. So he will go first. Dufresne will chase him down. This is Super Pro Final. Well, somebody's going in. Yeah, there you go. Kelsey Dufresne's in. Mercer, he's in. We're going. Super Pro Final. Well, Mercer's in charge here right now. He's got a little better light. Let's see what happens at the stripe. If he can carry that forward. Yes, he does. 1070, 118 miles an hour. A 009 reaction time on the tree, and Kelsey Dufresne knew it all along, and he broke out of the top end 009 because he just did not have it at the tree for him. So Jason Mercer, your winner in Super Pro. Junior Lightning Final. Tristan Duchesne, current defending Junior Lightning champ here at Rad Torque Raceway. Out of Beaumont, the trial and error team over in your summit lane. 795 the dial-in. High Rivers, Cole Caron. These two are friends. They're about the same age. I think they're around 15. Cole's got it dialed here to 798. High River Country Chrysler sponsored. This is Junior Lightning Final for the Wally. Oh, Cole Caron, red lights, 267 red light. Tristan Duchesne, 0-0 on the tree. Cole gets way ahead of himself. Duchesne dead 4 on his numbers. 24 package for the win on Tristan Duchesne. A 795 with a 4 at 81 miles an hour on the 795 dial. 20 on the tree. So, Tristan Duchesne, your champ on Sunday.
Global Power Systems Incorporated and proud to celebrate 35 years of service providing new, used, rebuilt, and quality refurbished generator sets, industrial engines, light towers, industrial and heavy equipment, oil field equipment for sale to Edmonton and around the world. Visit them at globalpower.ca.
All right, this is semifinal action Superbike. The Wood Pines RV Resort Superbike. Dave Toth getting the bye run in this round, going to hop straight into the final. Adam Hetler and Phil Regular got to fight it out to find out who's going to meet Dave in the final a little later. Adam is Suzuki Hayabusa out of Red Cliff, Alberta. 998 is the dial-in over in your Summit lane. Phil out of Airdrie, 89 Suzuki here in the Napa lane, 1035 the dial-in for Superbike. The winner off to see Dave Toth in the final. Well, Adam Hetler goes in red lights. That's kind of unusual. I didn't think Adam would do that. 016 red. So Phil Regular off to the final, and he will meet up with Dave Toth, who will get the single this round as he's got the lucky bye in the semifinal. He's got his Kawasaki Ninja up from Medicine Hat. Really only needs to trip the green bulb and then back it out if he wants to, or he can make a full pass. Nope, that's all he's going to do. Trip the green bulb, come on back for the final a little later on. Next up, Hot Twin, Bruce Romack. He's here in the Napa lane, 13 flat. He is going to continue with that number all day. Brad Shear out of Cochrane, his V-Rod over in your Summit lane, 1248 semifinal. Who's going to the final here today between this pair? Well, they just about had identical reaction times on the tree, so this one's definitely going to go to the stripe. Let's see how it goes out at the top end. It's going to go to Bruce Romack on the double breakout. He breaks out less. And 1294 with the 102 for Bruce Romack. He's off to the final. He's going to face Tiffany Main here. Tiffany's got the bye run in this round, so she's going to head straight down and come on back around later on to meet Bruce in the final for Hot Twin. So Tiffany, 11:53 on the 11:50 dial. That might work for her. So we'll see. Maybe she's got a chance against Bruce Romack in Hot Twin as they come around a little later on for their final. Next up. Just got a bike testing here for a moment, making a quick run. Ooh, got it up on the wheel. Thought better of it. All right, Bruce Romack, he is still in the program on street, and he's back facing Jay Dudley. Jay's over in your summit lane, 10-10 on the board. Bruce, of course, 13 flat. He's been riding that all day. So he's got a final to go to in Hot Twin a little later on. Let's see if he's got a second final to go to, or Jay Dudley going to spoil it in his little 05 Yamaha. As Adam Hetler has the bye run this round in street. Oh, Bruce Romack left before the tree was set. Oh, put himself right out of it. So Jay Dudley moving on to the final. Got a little ahead of himself there, a little anxious. And he left before the tree was set. So Jay Dudley moving on to the final with a 10-12, 134 miles an hour on the 10-10 dial-in. Adam Hetler, he is going to the final. He's got the bye run this round. He's going to meet up with Jay Dudley a little later on for street final. So Adam at 10:01, 135 miles an hour in the 998 dial-in, so he'll be all set. Face Jay Dudley in the final a little later. Pro Modified final in the lanes. Pro Fuel Bike, you can make your way in at any time you're ready. Pro Fuel Bike for your final. You can make it in anytime you're ready. Pro Fuel Bike. Pro Mod Final. Mike Gonziola, the beautiful 16 Corvette out of Saskatoon. All sorts of nitrous and cubic inch in that gorgeous looking Corvette. J.R. Lassick. In from Kelowna, the 57 Chevy Bunker Junker. Love the rat rod look of that car. All sorts of Alan Johnson motor with a big supercharger on top of it. We are ready for your West Coast Pro Modified Final. Couple of smoky burnouts. The track is hot. It's got some pretty good traction right now, but it is warm. And all sorts of horsepower for these cars. So hopefully they'll get down track, get some traction. It is so hot out there right now. I think track temperature right now is 115 degrees Fahrenheit, which is blistering hot. So it'll depend on how they're going to add the power to it. To the 8th mile. Pro Mod Final. Who's going to take home the trophy and the points for the West Coast Pro Mod Series? J.R. Lazick, current points leader in the 57 Chevy. All right, we're set. Top bulbs are going on. Your 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals Pro Modified Champ, J.R. Lazick. 388, 191 miles an hour. How about a 10060 foot? How about Mike Gonziola? 098. That's a 9860 foot. He had it, but it just started to turn sideways on him down there. 589 at 80 miles an hour as he got sideways. J.R. Lazick, your Pro Mod champion for the Rocky Mountain Nationals 2023 edition. Wow. Congratulations to the boys and all the gang. And JR going to hang on to that points lead. All right, top dragster, please. Semifinals. Top dragster, semifinals, please. Pro final, you can come in whenever, please. Pro final, when you're ready. Top dragster, semifinal, please. All right, how about Pro Fuel Final? Quinn Olson. He's over in your Summit lane. Out of Sherwood Park. Dave Stickle. In from British Columbia. He's here in the Napa lane. Pro Fuel Twins, 122 cubic inch single carburetor, direct drive off the clutch. Pro Fuel Final. Well, Dave Stickle not able to really get the bike to work for him, so it's going to go to Quinn Olson, 794 with a 160 miles per hour, as Dave Stickle could not get that bike to ride right. It just would not fire properly. So Quinn Olson, your winner in Pro Fuel Bike, Rocky Mountain Nationals 2023.
We're back to the two-seater. Again, we're down to the final strokes as far as getting in that buggy. Maybe not the right way to put that, but if you have a thrill for speed, he's got up as high as 137 miles an hour. So if you want to pick Bugsy to his teeth and have a good time, let's see what he can pull off for an ET. $119 miles an hour. At the 1,000-foot mark, he was around 136, so he kind of coasted down into the quarter. But I'll tell you what, money well spent. We want to thank you guys and gals for stepping up and treating yourself to something that you want.
All right, this is Top Dragster semifinal action. Mike Crozier, he is on a roll. Won yesterday, got himself a Wally. Now he is working on doubling up this weekend. Next step is to get into the final, but he's got to get around Andy Shoy. So Mike Crozier, the Outlaw Addiction team out of Leduc over near Summit Lane, 737 on the board. Andy Shoy up from Calgary. He's here in the Napa lane, 759. He wants to spoil the show. He wants to go on to a final. But Mike Crozier would love to get an upper opportunity to win another Wally here this weekend and double it all up. But we'll see. That's how it's going to work out. One way or the other. Well, Andy Andy's in control with the tree. Let's see at the stripe. It's going to go to Andy Shoy, 761, 176 miles an hour. How about a 006 reaction time? Mike had nothing for him there. 028 on the tree, and he went 005 breakout at the top end because he knew he was behind. 006 light for Andy Shoy to get himself into the final. And he's going to face this gentleman right here, Eric Crooks out of Brandon, Manitoba. He's got the lucky bye here in the semifinal, and he's going to hop right into the final. He'll be back later to see Andy for the Wally Trophy here this weekend for the Canadian National Open. Pro final, Peter Nguyen, the 74 Duster over Inner Summit Lane, 1063 on the board, facing Ken Tolsdorf, the 69 Dodge Dart, 1004 on the board. So Nguyen's going first. Tolsdorf's going to have to run him down. This is pro final. Oh, Ken Tolsdorf, 030 red light. Yeah, you got to cut it close on the finals, but that's too close. Ken goes red. Peter Nguyen, your winner today in pro. All right, we'd like to have bike finals, please. Super bike final, hot twin final, and street final. We'd like to have you in the lanes right away. Bike finals, please. Make your way into the lanes. Well, if you're looking for a beverage or refreshment, Thunder Alley, folks, your bar is closing up here. Last call for you, so you can grab what you need in the Thunder Alley Dome. If not, you can come on up to the Coors Light Lounge on the second floor of the tower. We still have the bar open there. And main concession in the concourse is going to close up right away as well. So if you're still needing some food, there might be some concession vehicles around to be able to help you out. If not, the pit kitchen will still be open. So you can head on down to the Coca-Cola concession in the pit area if you like. But right now, Thunder Alley, your bar is closing up right away. Last call for you if you want something here in the Thunder Alley guests this weekend. If not, come on around up to the Coors Light Lounge into the air conditioning.
And if you really have a sense of wanting to look after us, you can always buy the announcers a beer, just so you know.
Yes, beer.
Looks like Butter Chicken is open on the other side, on the south side of the track. If that's what you're into, they're still going. They got the awning up, so I assume you're still open for business. So if you want butter chicken, that is the place. Or if you've never tried it, get on over there, and then you can take that off your bucket list.
All right, your Superbike final. Dave Toth in from Medicine Hat, of course, the Kawasaki Ninja over in your Summit Lane, 866. He's put on the dial-in. Airdrie's Phil Regular, his 1989 Suzuki drag bike. He's got it here dialed at a 1037 in the Napa Lane. This is Superbike Final, brought to you by Wood Pines RV Resort and the CMDRA Superbikes. Oh, red light for Phil Regular. He knew it right off the bat, too. He caught it in his eye as he was going by, and he knew it. 079 red. So Dave Toth, your winner in Superbike. Hot twin, Tiffany Main, in from Edmonton here, 1150 the dial, and she's in the Napa Lane, facing Bruce Romack. Down from Fort St. John, British Columbia, 13 flat for Bruce. Well, Tiffany late on the tree. Bruce has got her on the tree. Let's see if he breaks out of the top end. Would be good. Tiffany would be like a nice win, wouldn't she? No, it ain't going to happen. Bruce Romack, 13:05, 96 miles an hour for your winner for Hot Twin, Bruce Romack. And next in street final. Jay Dudley, up from Calgary, the 05 Yamaha in the Napa Lane, 1010, facing Adam Hetler in from Redcliffe, the Suzuki Hayabusa, 998. Street final. And your final race in the CMDRA Bike Drags 2023 Rocky Mountain National, and it's gone to Adam Hetler. 10:08, 135 miles an hour for Adam Hetler as Jay Dudley broke out 006 at the top end. So Hetler, your winner in street. And that finalizes your CMDRA 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals. What a great group of guys and girls racing this weekend in the bikes. Love them. Glad you guys have been here. Hope you had a great weekend. This is a tester. Yep, test bike doing some testing. Last thing for us to do today is Top Dragster Final. So when Top Dragster Final, can you come in the lanes when you can, please? As soon as you can, that'd be awesome. Top Dragster Final. It is our final race of the weekend. Top Dragster Final, please. Come on in. We want to close up the 20th running of the NHRA Division 6 National Open and the 2023 Global Power Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway.
Make sure you join us Wednesday, August the 9th for Midas Tire Auto Hot August Nights. Catch smoke the flames, the burning rubber, the speeds of 300 miles an hour here at Rad Torque Raceway for the night. A full night of drag racing, jet cars, and fireworks. Brought to you by Midas. Trust your local Midas store for your total care, including brake repair, oil changes, tires, and tire service. Mufflers, exhaust. For all your auto needs, visit Midas.com.
All right, here we go. This is our final race of the 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals. Top dragster, Andy Choi. He's over in your summit lane, 760 on the board. Eric Crooks in from Brandon, Manitoba. 743 on the board here in the Napa lane. Choi in from Calgary. Here we go. This is your final race of the 2023 Rocky Mountain Nationals. Top dragster. Here we go. Slight advantage for Crooks off the tree. What's it going to be at the stripe? It is Andy Choi, 760 with a 6. And a 25 on the tree. So Andy Choi is your winner, top dragster, for your 2023 NHRA National Open Sunday. And your Rocky Mountain Nationals presented by Global Power. Wow, what a fantastic weekend. Doug, I can't even explain. It's just been such a great weekend.
Yeah, Rome, I had a good time too. I learn a lot every time I come up here. Believe it or not.
It's awesome. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. And all of our fans, thanks for coming this weekend. You guys, I hope you had a good time. We had a good time. And we put, great show this weekend.
You betcha. Thanks a lot, Rome.
You got her.
See you next year.
You hope, you bet. We see you next year. So all of our racers, thank you very much for your participation this year in the Rocky Mountain Nationals. Congratulations to all our winners and runners-up all throughout the weekend. It's been fantastic. What a day. So on behalf of all the staff, crew, team, management, ownership, all of them, we love our fans. We love our racers. We thank you very much for this 20th running of the Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway. We'll see you again next year. But don't forget, Wednesday night, August 9th. Got to put another plug in there for the hot August night on Wednesday, August 9th. One-night show, and you might want not to miss it because it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. So we'll see you then. But until then, have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. Attention drivers, Sunday racers. In about 20 minutes, your checks will be ready here in the tower in the media room. In about 20 minutes, Sunday racers. Your checks will be ready here in about 20 minutes. Any of the Saturday racers that haven't picked theirs up, you can come on up here as well. All right, so about 20 minutes, come on up for Sunday checks here in the media tower. CMDRA representative, please to the tower. CMDRA representative, please to the tower.